There is now a petition to suspend former City States Attorney Marilyn Mosby's law license, the developing details as she awaits a second trial. Plus, Baltimore residents come together to remember the lives lost to violence in 2023. The calls to hold offenders accountable heading into the new year.
Well, we're mild this morning, but we're seeing at least a little bit more in the way of the cloud cover moving out. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. That fog still lingering this morning. How's it going to shape up for the rest of the day?
Looks like we may see some of the breaks in the clouds and possibly even some sun by the time we head toward the afternoon. Overall, though, our temperatures remain very mild. You can actually see M&T Bank Stadium here this morning as opposed to what we were looking at yesterday at this time. Temperatures are in the 50s for Cockeysville and Towson. 54 your temp right now in Baltimore City, 52 in Brooklyn Park. That was actually our high temperature yesterday, 54 was. A foggy Thursday morning, a mild afternoon ahead. We do have some pockets of sun on the way as well. We'll break down your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network taking a live look around the Beltway here this morning. No incidents to report. Still some wet roads out there, a little bit of fog too, so keep that in mind as you're heading out this morning. Be careful. Former Baltimore City States Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month now. Fox 45 News is learning the Maryland Bar Council filed a petition calling for an indefinite suspension of Mosby's law license due to what it calls a serious crime. This filing comes 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. January's trial will be related to 2 charges of making false statements on loan applications. This filing calls for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of that second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for a stronger punishment. If the Supreme Court of Maryland does choose to suspend Mosby, she'll have 15 days to issue a written appeal before it takes effect. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this story as it develops. You can find all of our past coverage online at foxbaltimore.com. And coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live to dive deeper into Mosby's legal troubles. Turning now to a city in crisis, the Baltimore Police Department says its helicopter Foxtrot assisted in finding and arresting a juvenile auto theft suspect on Christmas Eve. According to police, a 16-year-old was arrested and taken to the city's Juvenile Justice Center, where he was, quote, charged accordingly. Dispatch audio from Christmas Eve reveals coordination between BPD's Foxtrot and officers on the ground to track down that juvenile.
In the back of the window, should be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York Road. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on gray sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
In a few minutes, another emergency dispatch official said the black 2017 Honda Civic was reported stolen in northern Baltimore on December 16th. This juvenile arrest is just the latest in a wave of kids and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City. In early November, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott and Police Commissioner Richard Worley said juvenile auto thefts were up 166% this year. Young people are regularly seen as both suspects and victims in Baltimore. This year alone, 94 juveniles have been shot in the city, and that is a 30% jump from this time last year. Now, in total, 258 people have been killed in 2023, although Baltimore is set to fall below 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Some say there's still more work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those lives lost this year. Last night, city residents and city leaders gathered for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley took part in the walk, and he acknowledged that although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. It's a nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
Of the 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence. Making headlines, the state fire marshal has identified the 10-year-old girl killed in a house fire on Christmas morning in Elkton. The marshal says that Kylie Treadway was trapped inside the house when firefighters arrived. They searched the house and they were able to find her, but she was later pronounced dead at the scene. About 75 firefighters were called to that scene. The cause remains under investigation. Baltimore police are now investigating a deadly crash. A 58-year-old man died in that crash in northeast Baltimore yesterday morning. This happened along the Alameda right near Walters Avenue. Police believe the victim was hit by a car while trying to help another driver back up. The driver who struck the victim stayed at the scene. Police are investigating. Baltimore police are also looking into a crash involving a Johns Hopkins ambulance and an MTA bus. This was the scene at the corner of North Washington and East Fayette Street yesterday. A Fox 45 News team member reported seeing a damaged ambulance being towed from that intersection before our cameras arrived. There were also damaged light poles and what appeared to be parts of a vehicle on the side of the street. Looking ahead, a change is coming to Maryland's minimum wage law. Starting this upcoming Monday, the state minimum wage will jump from $13.25 to $15 an hour. That change is part of the Fair Wage Act, a law signed by Governor Moore earlier this year. That policy sped up a plan that was already set to increase the wage to $15 an hour in 2025. Still ahead this morning, ringing the new year in on a budget, how you can save big and still go out with a bang. And a foggy and wet start to the Developing now, parents are a bit hesitant about artificial intelligence being used in their children's schools. The National Desk's Janae Bowen shows us the concerns and benefits of young students being exposed to AI.
So how about we ask ChatGPT to make us a list of books about volcanoes?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Jamie Barba and her husband Chris homeschool their two sons and are passionate about teaching them how to use artificial intelligence at a young age.
I think it's important for us to know what's new, what's upcoming, what other people are using.
Jamie emphasizes to her 9 and 10-year-olds that it enhances your work. It's not something that should do your work.
So if they do get to the point where they're writing papers, it can be a great research tool.
But not all parents agree. A National Parents Union survey shows 44% of parents think there are about equal potential benefits and downsides when it comes to AI tools being used in K-12 public education. In addition to cheating, skeptics warn AI may hinder development.
We don't introduce the calculator before children understand how it works, how math works. It's an evolutional tool.
Dr. Lisa Palmer, an artificial intelligence business strategist, says teaching AI to children requires carefulness.
So educators have experience helping to evolve kids' learning approach. And this is what we need to do. The same applies to AI.
Jamie says she is teaching her sons how to use AI responsibly now to hopefully help them get ahead.
Having the ability to use that tool will just further them both in their education and their ability to get jobs in the future.
The National Parents Union also found 51% of parents know little general information or nothing at all about AI. Dr. Lisa says parents must embrace this technology so their kids don't fall behind. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Thank you, Janae. We are getting our first look at the New Year's Eve Times Square ball ahead of the big celebration. This one, even bigger, even brighter than before. The ball is measured now at 12 feet in diameter with over 2,600 crystal panels and a bow tie pattern design. The design is a nod to Times Square's bow tie shape there. Well, many people will be celebrating the new year on a budget. A study by Eventbrite shows 53% of people surveyed said they still want to go out and celebrate, but are only willing to shell out $100 or less on festivities.
The good news is that there are plenty of different events out there where you can stay under $100. And those include everything from holiday paint parties, holiday markets, winter concerts, sipping candle making classes. There are even disco parties, holiday cruises.
To cut expenses, consider hosting a party at home or attending one at your family or friend's house. You could also plan a nice dinner out, but have drinks at home. Finding a package deal, it's also a good way to save money, so you know exactly how much you're going to be spending up front. So if you're going to be outside watching some fireworks, celebrating, meteorologist Justin Chambers has been taking a look at how our New Year's Eve, New Year's Day forecast is shaping up.
Yeah, actually pretty nice right now, Meg. Obviously, we got a big game on Sunday afternoon, which happens to be on New Year's Eve. And we're going to see temperatures that are not going to be too bad. We're going to stay overall mainly dry, and that'll be nice as well. We like to do noon Year's Eve, my wife and I, because one, we're older, and two, I work on the morning show. So, you know, it's tough to kind of do New Year's Eve when I have to be here a couple hours later. Either way, our live cam over downtown Baltimore showing us that we actually have a little bit more clearing than what we've seen the last couple of hours, and especially yesterday morning. And we're mild too. Check this number out, 54 at BWI. A little northerly wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. That humidity at about 93%. Notice our HD radar, the rain is done. We had a decent amount of rain. In fact, a good amount of rain for a lot of us yesterday afternoon, especially last night. That area of low pressure that's been hanging around is just off the coast, and it's sliding up toward the north and to the east of us. So looking at our hourly future scan, we're pretty much done with the rain. We're going to keep the clouds around through the morning time. This is through 10 o'clock this morning. And as we take you later into the afternoon, we expect to see at least some breaks in the clouds, possibly some sun trying to break through a little bit, especially as we get later into the afternoon. And basically after sunset is when we'll see more of those clouds start to clear out. Sunrise today is at 7:25. The sun goes to bed tonight at 4:51. And on your Rise and Shine cast, notice those temperatures are going to stay mild for the next few hours, really hanging out in the 50s. Typically this time of year, our afternoon highs are in the mid 40s. Most of us today will be in the mid to upper 50s, even close to 60 degrees in Baltimore City this afternoon. Eastern Shore, you're also in the mid to upper 50s. There was a period yesterday afternoon when, before all of that heavy rain came in, where we actually had some wind and it felt almost spring-like for me when I was out. Maybe that was the same for you too. Keeping those temperatures in the 50s, up and down the 95 corridor. So a lot of us are dealing with those mild conditions. And when you look at the temperature tracker, we keep those above average numbers going all the way through the end of the year and into next week or into the new year. Even though our numbers drop back to the 40s, those are still going to be above average. Here's a look at our future scan. So that area of low pressure moving out of here, we will see some pockets of sun as we get later into the day today. Mostly dry on Friday, but late Friday evening may see a few showers roll through. Saturday, that cold front's coming through, and that's going to pick up our better chance for some snow showers in the mountains, but we're going to stay dry here, just picking up that wind, and even on Sunday is looking good for that Ravens game and all of your New Year's Eve plans. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 50s today, lower 50s into Friday and Saturday, and all the way through the weekend into early next week. And we'll be a little bit colder by Tuesday and Wednesday, but we do stay dry.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a look over Towson at Lochraven Boulevard. No incident to report here at this time. Just be careful with the wet roads out there and some fog still lingering. For a check on mass transit, we have Austin Todd with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Austin.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Megan. As we get our morning started, things are still looking pretty good out there. We have a 5 to 10 minute delay on the light rail system. Nothing major right now, but Metro Subway is on time. That starts at 5 o'clock. The MARC train still in great shape as well. Nothing's moving quite yet. We're still getting started, but right now we're expecting Penn Train 403 to be on schedule. Penn Train 511 out of Perryville still on time to leave at 520 as well. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
I'm Atrel Nishar with a look at the latest escalations in the Middle East as U.S. forces spend 10 hours shooting down missiles in the Red Sea.
Plus, the U.S. announces another aid package for Israel, but it could be the last what Congress needs to accomplish in the new year. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. New numbers out of Gaza show more than 2 million people are still displaced as the fighting between Israel and Hamas continues. Nearly 200 people have been killed in the past 36 hours. Israel reports 3 soldiers have been killed fighting in northern Gaza. That brings the Israeli death toll in the Strip to 164, according to the Times of Israel. Israel Defense Forces continue to push deeper into the territory in an effort to root out Hamas fighters. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vows to keep going until all aims of the campaign are met. As the fighting continues, there are now growing fears that U.S. troops will be pulled into this conflict. And this comes just one day after the U.S. fired back at Hezbollah rebels who injured 3 U.S. soldiers in Iraq. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports.
From the Suez Canal to Yemen to Iraq and places in between, escalations of violence between U.S. forces or allies and Iran-backed militia stemming from Israel's war with Hamas. The stakes of confrontation getting higher with news that Iran was able to triple its production of highly enriched uranium at nuclear facilities over just a few months. Over in the Red Sea, U.S. Central Command says its forces spent 10 hours on Tuesday shooting down 12 attack drones and 5 missiles fired by Iran-backed Houthis, who've been attacking commercial vessels in the key shipping route. The U.S. is juggling multiple interests here, supporting Israel's goal of eliminating Hamas, facilitating humanitarian aid to Gaza, and bringing hostages home. But another top priority is preventing a broader regional conflict from breaking out, especially one that involves U.S. troops.
And once and for all, breaking the devastating cycle of violence and moving toward durable, lasting peace.
Which seems farther out of reach with each clash with Iranian-backed fighters. Some Republicans in Congress say the president should instead order direct strikes on Iran.
They have oil fields out in the open. They have the Revolutionary Guard headquarters you can see from space. Blow it off the map. Hit them over there before they hit them us. And you don't need 100,000 troops, but you need some.
Right now, every time you hear the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, come to the mic and say our #1 goal is non-escalation or de-escalation, Tehran hears that as opportunity.
This would certainly come with risks and the potential of Iran striking back directly, not just through its proxies. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
All right, Atra, thank you. Turning now to the war in Ukraine. The U.S. has unveiled this year's final military aid package for Ukraine, and it includes $250 million worth of arms and equipment previously approved for the war-torn country. But it's also the last such package the Defense Department can afford to provide unless Congress approves additional funding. The Biden administration is asking for a supplemental package, including more than $60 billion in aid for Ukraine. But that proposal is currently stalled over Republican demands for border security and immigration policy. Making headlines, the Michigan Supreme Court rejects an effort to remove former President Donald Trump from the state's primary ballot next year. The move comes after the Colorado Supreme Court disqualified Trump from that state's primary election over his connection to the January 6th Capitol riot. Officials say the next step for both decisions will likely be appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court. The New York Times is suing OpenAI and Microsoft for copyright infringement in the lawsuit. The Times alleges the company's artificial intelligence technology illegally copied millions of the news organization's articles to train ChatGPT. As a result, the Times says the technology is now competing with their own company. The news organization is seeking an unspecified amount of monetary damages, as well as the, quote, destruction of AI models that incorporate its journalism.
The Maryland Bar Council wants to suspend Marilyn Mosby from practicing law. Straight ahead, I'll have more on their petition and what's next for the former state's attorney.
Plus, residents come together to remember the lives lost to violence in Baltimore City. Police Commissioner Richard Worley speaking on public safety heading into 2024.
Our temperatures are mild this morning, not as foggy. We'll talk about if there's any more rain in our immediate future.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're coming up on 5 o'clock on this Thursday morning, December 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Another foggy start here.
Yes, warm though when you stepped outside. And my goodness, 50 degrees. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. No sleds, no snow ball fights, nothing going on this winter break.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing too, guys. It's actually not as foggy as it was yesterday. There's still some patchy fog out there, and those roads are definitely wet after all of the rain that we saw yesterday. But if you remember yesterday at this time on that house and camera could barely even see the roads down there. Right now, a little bit clearer, so hopefully we get some improvement with some of those clouds rolling out of here. 40s in western Maryland. Most of us are in the lower 50s right now, so those are your temperatures, and yeah, definitely feeling mild. We're going to keep those numbers on the mild side here throughout the day today after our patchy morning fog burns off. We will see some pockets of sunshine as we head later into the day as well. Still going to keep a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because those roads are wet. We've got some pretty decent rain yesterday and last night. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month.
Now, Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on what the Maryland Bar Council is calling for. Shannon?
Well, they filed a petition, Tom and Megan, and in it they are calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to that perjury conviction last month. That is something that the Maryland Bar Council calls a serious crime, and this could be just the beginning of the potential fallout in disciplinary action for Mosby. In fact, you'll remember that this filing comes just 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. Next month, she'll once again stand trial, this time on 2 false mortgage application charges. Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge is not associated with this case, but weighs in on what's next and what Mosby's defense may be. Take a listen.
It's incredibly obvious that Marilyn Mosby is going to essentially use Nick Mosby as the patsy in this mortgage fraud case. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? For Marilyn Mosby, she's the chief prosecutor of Baltimore City. She is responsible for prosecuting white-collar crime, financial crimes, at the state level and within Baltimore City. So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for her.
Now, the Maryland Bar Council is calling for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of this second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for a stronger punishment. Now, if the Supreme Court of Maryland does choose to suspend Mosby, she will have 15 days to issue a written appeal before it takes effect. And of course, we'll continue to follow this closely. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has been following the controversy surrounding Marilyn Mosby for years. She first made national headlines months after she took office in 2015 when she indicted 6 Baltimore City police officers in the death of Freddie Gray. While some praised her decision, others criticized the indictments, calling them a reckless rush to judgment. Now, another controversy involved her frequent out-of-town travel. Though she maintained that she did nothing wrong, she asked City Inspector General Isabel Cumming to investigate. The IG found that Mosby spent 85 days out of office in 2018 through 2019 and did not get approval for 15 trips.
1 month after that finding, in March of 2021, Mosby stopped enforcing what she calls low-level crimes, including drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, and some other offenses. And we have seen a number of questionable plea deals coming from Mosby's office, including the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent. He was released on a plea deal after serving less than 6 months in jail. Federal authorities later sentenced him to 12 years in prison for what he did. Mosby was voted out of office over a year ago. Fox 45 News will continue following this story as it develops. You can find all of our past reporting and coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage now of the juvenile crime crisis. High school students from Baltimore and Silver Spring are being charged with multiple robberies in Ellicott City last month. Howard County police say they arrested 2 girls ages 14 and 15 in connection to a pair of armed robberies. 3 days later, police say 2 teenage boys threatened a woman with a gun while she was unloading her car. Young people are regularly seen as both suspects and victims in Baltimore. This year alone, 94 juveniles have been shot in the city, and that is a 30% jump from this time last year.
Now, in total, 258 people have been killed in Baltimore City this year, although Baltimore is set to fall below the 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Some say there's still much work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those lives lost this year. Last night, city residents and city leaders gathering for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley took part in that walk, and he acknowledged that although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. It's a nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
Of the 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence.
Well, from the Live Center this morning, taking you live to San Antonio, one of the international bridges across the border here. Obviously, nobody's coming across here. It's the issue then they're going not over these bridges. Leaders in the U.S. and Mexico working to address the surge in illegal migration as a large migrant caravan is making its way to the southern border. A live look from the border crossing. This is, I'm sorry, I said it's San Antonio. This is El Paso, Texas, where that's crossing. At last check, the group was in southern Mexico, still walking north. And the confirmed number out this morning shows this could be the busiest month ever for illegal crossings in the U.S. Border Patrol has encountered more than 250,000 migrants so far, with 3 days left to go in the month. All of that led U.S. officials to Mexico Wednesday for talks with Mexico's leaders, including President Obrador, on how to handle the influx of migrants. These talks included U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, delegation pushing for Mexico to do more to limit the surge of migrants moving through their country to get to the U.S., including incentives such as visas for migrants to remain in Mexico and avoid migrating irregularly. Now, in the first 11 months of 2023 alone, Mexico says it detected at least 680,000 migrants moving through their country. Mexico's president says they are willing to do more to help the U.S. to stop them in exchange for Washington's help with their own laundry list of priorities. And that includes getting the U.S. to send more aid to migrants' home countries. Washington's help to reopening talks with Mexico and Cuba to reduce or eliminate sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela. But Mexico's top priority appears to be getting Washington to reopen border crossings. The busy area of the Zaragoza Bridge, that is also another bridge here in El Paso, after the U.S. shut down to help cut down on the number of migrants coming into the U.S. Well, that's the latest from our Live Center.
Still ahead this morning, firefighter shortages are playing out across Maryland. Fox 45 News is taking a closer look at what is causing the shortage.
Maryland's minimum wage will be increasing. How much you can make in 2024.
Temperatures are mild this morning and this hour, lower 50s for a lot of us as we wake up and dry out. We'll talk about if there's any more rain in our forecast and what we can expect for New Year's Eve. It's coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us.
Well, parts of the eastern U.S. will be facing some tricky holiday travel after dodging deadly blizzard conditions and ice that slammed the central U.S. this week.
A flood watch is in effect for more than 10 million people across the Northeast. And this comes as that low pressure system moves eastward after slamming the plains with this winter blast that you're seeing video from. Crews are still working to restore electricity in parts of North Dakota and Minnesota after an ice storm toppled hundreds of power poles. In South Dakota, snow cleanup is still underway after the winter wallop created hazardous road conditions. Colorado also getting hit with a wintry blast that made road travel pretty treacherous. The severe weather is also adding to air travel headaches during one of the year's busiest weeks.
Well, here at home, we are waking up with some patchy fog, wet roads. No way are we having any snow.
Nope. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with today and, of course, looking ahead to the new year.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And we're talking about that area of low pressure that we were just mentioning. You can see it right there on your HD radar. That's that low that we were tracking yesterday in the Carolinas that is just off the coast right now and to the south and east of us. But it's pulling all of that moisture up into New York City, up toward Boston and that northeast corridor. So that's where those flood watches are, and that's where that heavy rain that we saw yesterday is now tracking. So we're going to be on the drying trend, at least the drying process will begin, and 40s and lower 50s, very mild conditions. So yeah, no sign of any snow for us. In fact, when you have a high of close to 60 degrees in late December, not going to be seeing much in the way of snow. That's what we're looking for today. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through New Year's Eve and let you know what we can expect for the Ravens game on Sunday and anything you're doing on Sunday evening as well.
Well, coming up after the break, fire departments across Maryland seeing a shortage in volunteer firefighters. What's causing that shortage and what's being done to try and fix the issue?
Plus, start off the new year on the right foot when it comes to your budget. The tips you should follow to celebrate big without the big cost. It is 5:13. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Have you guys? 5:15, continue our coverage this morning. Volunteer firefighters play a critical role in keeping us safe. But right now, departments across Maryland are struggling to find and retain enough people.
As Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance investigates what's causing the recruitment and retention issues and what's being done about it.
When a call comes in, the crews at the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department jump into action.
As an on-call agency, we're constantly responding to on a moment's notice. So an emergency can happen any time of day, any time of year. So we're here to support.
An important part of the department is volunteer firefighters like Adam Sowers.
I work part-time, and I come up here more than I work, more than I go to college, just because I love it. I love the relationships, and I love just getting out there helping the community.
Robin Zivotek, chief of the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department, says they're always looking for volunteers.
Volunteers are always needed, usually after the first alarm fire, so after the first major incident, and then we can upstaff for hours and even days at times. When Ellicott City flooded, we had crews around the clock to support the career staff, and then any other major incidents in the county, we come back and support.
But recruiting volunteers is a challenge.
And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the current economy. People really just need to be working for money.
Kate Lovelace, executive director for the Maryland State Firemen's Association, is part of a commission to present survey results and data about staffing to the General Assembly.
I feel like it's going to show a lot of good specifics and bring to light a lot of things that, we're needing from our partners and our support system within Maryland State.
Back in Ellicott City, they too are constantly looking for volunteers.
We're constantly turning down fire prevention and other sorts of events, community events that they're looking for, just because we don't necessarily have the staffing for that.
But they're adapting their recruitment and retention strategies.
We're actually working on a new program right now where we're revamping our recruitment and retention efforts and even our training processes to try and keep up with what is a modern volunteer fire department.
Evolving to keep the Ellicott City Fire Department going strong for at least another 135 years. Reporting in Ellicott City, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 5:18 and time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, joining us now, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Nice time, man.
Thanks. 4 calling birds.
3 French hens.
Yeah.
2 turtle doves. Yeah.
Fourth day.
Fourth day.
Excited about
Are
it.
those kangaroos?
Yep, they sure are.
Did you on the tide? Did you see how much that cost if you were to do it in today? You know how they used to do it?
No, I need to know that. Can you guys look that up for me?
Some of it they said was more expensive and other things were the same. There were
interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Drummer was more expensive this year.
Yeah, because everybody's, minimum wage is going up. That's why, right? In 2024. And Hank the Bird really likes that song because it's bird heavy. There's a lot of birds in that song if you think about it. So good morning to you. Hope you are enjoying your holiday week, maybe off for the entire week, or maybe you got to work like us. So either way, we're here for you this morning. And our Towson cam, not as foggy as we were yesterday. We're definitely seeing some patchy fog out there, and the roads are still wet from all of the rain we had yesterday, more than 1.5 inches officially at BWI. That was a record for the day of December 27th. 53 is your temperature right now in Towson. That is a mild temperature, friends. Typically mid-40s is where we are for our afternoon highs. We're not even going to touch the 40s for most of the day today. This is our HD radar. Rain is all done, but we showed you just a little while ago that large area of low pressure that brought us all of the rain. It's now tracking further up the East Coast, so it's bringing more of that rain to the northeast corridor up toward New York and Boston. If you are going to get out for a run or a jog, a little drier this morning with temperatures hanging in the lower 50s for the next couple of hours, so mild conditions. And overall, over the next few hours in your MetroCast day planner, we'll get those lower 50s through about 8 a.m. Taking you through the noon hour today, temperatures will be in the mid to upper 50s, and some of us will get close to 60 degrees by the time we head toward the afternoon. We do expect to see a little bit more sun trying to break through as we head later into the day today. So overall across Carroll and Baltimore counties, from Towson and Baltimore over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, out through Reisterstown, mid to upper 50s, 55 in Eldersburg, 54 there in Westminster for you today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 50s. Ellicott City and Columbia down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 56 in Annapolis this afternoon. Notice our temperatures a little bit down or trending down into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So those numbers are still going to hang above average. However, when we typically see mid 40s, we're going to end the year in the lower 50s for the most part. Taking us to the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Of course, the Dolphins are in town. All sorts of things are at stake. Number 1 seed, AFC North. Of course, we could win the AFC North tonight if the Browns lose. That would be real nice. But either way, look at that. Kickoff at 50 degrees and lower 50s. Mostly clear skies, just a few clouds around. Should be a great day for football here in Charm City. And it's New Year's Eve, too. So after the football game, we're going to be talking about what we're doing for Sunday night, getting into the new year and dropping that ball into 2024. Notice next week our temperatures get back to the upper 40s, but we do stay mainly dry. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network here and looking around the Beltway at some of the areas. And you can see in any of these cameras, there's no issues there or any major incidents to report. We'll keep you updated on any slowdowns as they occur. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Austin Todd this weekend and giving us the latest on the mass transit and MTA. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Tom. Still looking pretty good out there. A quiet start to our morning on the light rail system. We still have about a 5 to 10 minute delay, but nothing major at this time. Metro Subway is off and running. That started at 5 o'clock. No delays on Metro. On the MARC train system, things are still looking pretty good. Penn Train 511 is leaving in just a couple of minutes. Penn Train 413 is leaving Baltimore right about 6:45 this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
Still ahead this morning, another juvenile involved in a carjacking in Baltimore. How police track down the suspect.
Plus, as the juvenile crime crisis continues, frustration growing with the Department of Juvenile Services. Why residents argue the department is not doing enough. 522, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Taking a look at the Fox 45 quad box. Top left, House Republicans claim President Joe Biden may have engaged in a conspiracy to obstruct justice. The GOP-led House Oversight and Judiciary Committees are demanding access to any communications between the White House and Hunter Biden's lawyers about his deposition in their impeachment inquiry. Lawmakers say they want to know if President Biden was involved in his son's decision to not comply with a congressional subpoena. The White House hasn't responded.
Well, top right, a federal judge this week shut down a sentence appeal filed by the notorious drug lord El Chapo. His real name, Joaquin Guzman. The 66-year-old had hoped to appeal his life sentence, but the judge who presided over his trial rejected the request, as well as Guzman's argument that he was not given a fair chance at a plea bargain. El Chapo is currently serving his sentence in the Supermax prison in Colorado. He was sent there after a New York jury in 2019 convicted him of several charges, including drug trafficking, kidnapping, and murder.
Then you've got the bottom left here. That 70s show actor Danny Masterson appearing once more before the camera, but this time for his mugshot. The photo shows the 47-year-old in his orange prison attire for the first time. We'll try to show that to you here soon. Authorities released the photo moments after admitting that Masterson to North Kern State Prison yesterday. It comes roughly 3 months after he was sentenced to 30 years behind bars for raping 2 women. He will first have to serve more than 25 years before he can apply for parole. His lawyers say they plan to appeal the conviction.
Well, the bottom right, a study reveals children's hospital rates for RSV were far higher than Omicron or even the flu. Researchers from the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm found hospital admissions for RSV at 81%, 31% for Omicron, and 27% for the flu. The odds of newborns and infants up to 1 year of age with RSV were hospitalized about 11 times greater than those diagnosed with Omicron.
Still ahead this morning, another wet start to the morning. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we dry out.
A teenager suspected of auto theft tracked down from the sky. Coming up, I'll detail that Christmas Eve incident and why it's part of a growing problem.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you will feel really warm, actually, when you step outside compared to what we should be feeling at December 28th.
I usually, December 28th, put the seat heaters on, and I was like, whoa, way too hot for that today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the numbers.
Yeah, mild conditions for sure, guys. I mean, we had 54 for our high yesterday, basically hanging into those or keeping those 50s as we hang into the morning here at this hour. Notice as we look out over the inner harbor, not as foggy. There's still some patchy fog out there, but not nearly as bad as it was yesterday at this time. We're not socked in like we were, and our temps are mild statewide and region-wide. Check these out, 40s and lower 50s from western Maryland all the way out toward the shore. Salisbury at 52 right now, with 53 in Baltimore City. Keeping a yellow light, though, on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because we definitely have some wet roads, especially with that rain we had. More than 1.5 inches officially fell yesterday, and most of it was last night. So the next 3 days, our temperatures are going to be mild. We're almost at 60 today, a little cooler tomorrow with a chance of a few showers, and on Saturday we'll drop to about 50. But still, these numbers are in the above average category to wrap up the year. Back with your full forecast, we'll track what we can expect for the Ravens game on Sunday, and also what we can expect as we look forward to 2024.
Sounds good. Thank you, Justin. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and no incidents or slowdowns here at the moment. If you're heading down the JFX this morning, it's going to take you 9 minutes to go 8 miles, and that's from the top down to President Street. Again, just some wet conditions out there.
In the back of the Wendy's. Should be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm going to keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York.
That dispatch audio revealing coordination between the Baltimore Police Department's aviation unit and the officers on the ground to track down a juvenile, a suspected auto theft on Christmas Eve.
It's just the latest incident in a wave of children and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the details surrounding that arrest and the alarming trend here with this. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Megan and Tom, this is just the latest juvenile arrest in what's become a wave of kids and young people being accused of stealing cars across the city. And in this particular case, though, Baltimore police here say they were able to recover that stolen vehicle and track down the 16-year-old suspect, who they say was charged accordingly.
That stolen car. You have any units near Ready Avenue where the Wendy's at off of York Road can check a tag on a Honda. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on green sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
You're listening to police dispatch just after 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, unfolding just south of the Baltimore County line along the York Road corridor. BPD's helicopter Foxtrot tracking the situation from the sky, appearing to be able to describe the teen suspect down to the logo on his shoes. And within just 6 minutes, dispatch reveals the car was reported stolen from North Baltimore more than a week ago. Police say they then towed the car after the driver parked it and tracked down that teen driver to Benningus Road, where they took him into custody. Meanwhile, last month, we know Mayor Scott says that auto thefts, juvenile auto thefts, are up some 166% this year here in the city. So we will certainly be bracing to see if that pattern continues into the new year. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:34 now. Juvenile crime became a main focus at last week's Fox 45 News Public Safety Town Hall. We heard from the family of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 people who were killed in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. Now, they are asking why the 18-year-old suspects in that case, Tristan Jackson, could be sent to a juvenile facility despite his age and the severity of his alleged crimes.
I just don't understand why we're not stressing the importance of the biggest shooting in Baltimore history, and we're not making it an example of the situation.
Well, Jackson was on home monitoring at the time of the shooting. A DJS spokesperson says the department cannot comment on Jackson's case because of confidentiality laws, and the department does not turn suspects away from detention.
At a separate public safety town hall 2 days earlier, the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi sat in the hot seat, and he got a heated back and forth with an assistant state's attorney who says DJS is not being fully transparent about its data, showing how it tracks the children in its custody.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because, and this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
Well, Schiraldi is also facing pushback on some of his views about the prison system. He says people shouldn't be taken to adult prisons until the age of 25, since scientists say their brains are not fully developed. While Governor Wes Moore has called Schiraldi a reformer, Fox 45 News has heard from others who say it is time for a change.
When it comes to hearing from DJS specifically, what do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
The real person I'm concerned about is my cousin Vinny. He's arrogant and he's ignorant. If he had a clue, he would know what the old folks know: a burnt child dreads fire. These kids need consequences.
On a Harvard University panel, Schiraldi said parole and probation should be eliminated, arguing the systems don't deter people from crime and do not rehabilitate offenders. Last week, we asked if you think Governor Moore needs to replace DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. 96% of people who voted said yes.
Well, if you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, take a moment to look at your screen. You can reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Phone and email number and address is right there on your screen. Looking ahead, change is coming to Maryland's minimum wage law. In fact, starting Monday, the state minimum will jump from $13.25 to $15 per hour. Change is part of the Fair Wage Act, a law signed by Governor Moore in April. That policy sped up a plan that was already set to increase the wage to $15 per hour come 2025.
From our live center this morning, we've got a live look over Washington, D.C. from Capitol Hill this morning as we are tracking the next economic report set to drop this morning, including last week's unemployment claims. That's happening at 8:30. And insight into America's housing market coming up at 10 this morning. All data so far points to the Fed's promised soft landing as they aim to lower inflation to get that 2% target. But potential pitfalls are rampant, including the possibility of interest rate cuts next year to trigger an inflation rebound. Well, we know the online retailer Zulily, we know the Zulily is announcing its liquidation after efforts to salvage the business failed to compete with Amazon. Hundreds of employees are being laid off, and the company says it's working to refund or cancel customer orders that cannot be fulfilled. Many economists predict an economic decline in the forecast for next year. That's the latest from our live center.
A petition to suspend former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's law license. They're developing details as she awaits her second trial.
Plus, Baltimore residents coming together to remember the lives lost to violence in 2023. The calls to hold offenders accountable heading into the new year.
And we are slowly drying out after all the rain that we had yesterday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what we can expect for the Ravens game come Sunday. Sunday at 1, that's right. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:41 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast just 19 in front of 6 o'clock. Notice when you look out over the inner harbor, we still have some low clouds hanging around, but not nearly as foggy as we were yesterday. All of that rain from yesterday keeping the ground very wet. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, look at those mild temperatures, lower 50s, and we're going to stay in the 50s for most of the day today. In fact, some of us getting close to 60 degrees for our high. Overnight lows dropping into the mid 40s, and then we'll be a little bit cooler tomorrow with a few showers kind of potentially hanging around. We do dry out nicely for your New Year's Eve weekend. We'll talk about that and what we can expect as we peek into 2024 coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Well, Florida firefighters sharing video of a daring rescue of a driver. A Christmas Eve accident sending the cab of an 18-wheeler dangling over an overpass in Palm Beach County.
My goodness, reports say the driver, look at that, lost control of the truck. Video from the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue shows firefighters using a truck ladder, that's what you see right there, to reach the dangling cab with the driver, by the way, still inside. Once they got to the man, they were able to get him out. The incident caused a partial shutdown on the Florida Turnpike, understandably. The driver was taken to a local hospital with no serious injuries. Can you only imagine what's going through his mind at one point thinking, you know?
Yeah, just looking right down and having the weight of the truck behind you. Because if that thing goes down, that is not a good scene. Yeah.
Right.
Great story there. Well, coming up after the break, 2024, just 3 days away. The ways you can celebrate without hurting your wallet.
Plus, as the year comes to an end, we're taking a look back at this year's most viral videos. 5:43 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local.
We're getting a first look at the New Year's Eve Times Square ball ahead of the big celebration. You see parts of it right there. Check it out. This one is even bigger and brighter than before. The ball is measured at 12 feet in diameter with more than 2,600 crystal panels and a bow tie pattern design. Now, the design is a nod to Times Square's bow tie shape. Many will be celebrating the new year, and they'll be doing it on a budget.
A study by Eventbrite shows 53% of people surveyed said they still want to go out and celebrate, but are only willing to shell out $100 or less on festivities.
The good news is that there are plenty of different events out there where you can stay under $100. And those include everything from holiday paint parties, holiday markets, winter concerts, sip and candle making classes. There are even disco parties, holiday cruises.
If you are looking to cut expenses, consider hosting a party at home or attending one at your family or friend's house. That's what we usually do. You could also plan a nice dinner out, but have drinks at home. Finding a package deal, that's also a great way to save money because you know exactly what you're going to be spending up front.
Hosting dinner parties is not cheap for the person hosting.
Yeah, we're going to our friend's house.
That's good. Yeah.
Today's National Chocolate Candy Day, and I brought in the ones that are supposedly shapes.
Well, can they get a zoom? Can you? We're asking the directors. Are you able to get a zoom on that or no?
It's supposed to be like a bell and a sock or a stocking, and then like a snowman. When you look here and you're like, oh, cool, we're going to have different shapes. And Jess got this for me because she knows I love the peanut butter egg.
Do they not look like that?
No. Open it up.
Let's see, I'll do this real quick for you.
Blob.
Oh, that looks like a little stocking.
There is a little, I got a little.
I think mine looks like a stocking. It's a little boot.
Look, the one yesterday we got did not look anything like that.
That looks like a boot.
It was just a blob.
Hey, it's chocolate.
The ones we
peanut
open
butter.
on air, you get it.
Of course. Now that segment didn't work. All right, our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. Enjoy the chocolate, guys. We are seeing some cloud cover out there. Not as foggy as yesterday morning. We're definitely starting to dry out. Those roads are wet from all of the rain that we had yesterday. I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
Oh, does not look like a bell.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to prove that your point was correct.
You were right.
It doesn't matter. All right, 53 is your temperature right now in Towson. Westerly wind about 5 to 7 miles an hour. Temperatures are definitely mild. Not seeing the rain anymore. All of that rain is tracking to the north. This is that area of low pressure that brought us all of the rain we had yesterday. Record amount of rainfall actually officially at BWI. And now friends in New York and Boston are dealing with all of that up in the northeast corridor. As you rise and shine with us and enjoy some coffee and breakfast next couple of hours, lower 50s is what we're talking about. Sun will be up at 7:25. Goes to bed tonight at 4:51. So golfers, if you do want to get out there and try to play some golf today on your forecast, well, it's going to be a little squishy out there in the greens and fairways, but temperatures are going to be mild. I mean, these are more almost spring-like numbers, low to mid and upper 50s throughout the afternoon today. Now, 45 is typically where we are, and we have not seen those numbers in a while. In fact, mid to upper 50s is what we're going to see from the eastern shore across the Bay Bridge, up and down the Chesapeake, up into Carroll County, down into Howard County, and basically up and down the 95 corridor. Almost 60 in D.C. and Richmond today, mid-50s in Philly, New York at 52 this afternoon. Now, obviously, the eyes are all looking ahead at Sunday afternoon and what we can expect weather-wise. Great morning for tailgating. Ravens taking on the Dolphins, obviously, at 1 o'clock. M&T Bank Stadium going to be rocking with lower 50s here for your temperatures. Again, that's going to be above average for the final day of the year. This area of low pressure tracks to the north and east, so we should get some sun breaking out through the later part of the day today. A few more clouds rolling in tomorrow. May see a stray shower on Friday afternoon. Our next weather maker is going to be a cold front coming in on Saturday. That's going to pick up the wind Saturday, but help to dry us out. And then we're going to get some upslope snow showers as we get into Saturday and Sunday. So mountain areas are definitely going to feel winter-like, but not going to be seeing those winter conditions here at home. So here's that 7-day forecast for you as we get you into 2024. Last few days of the year staying in the 50s. Even next year on Monday, a high of 50 degrees with a few clouds hanging around. A little cooler as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday for the first week of 2024.
Here is a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is 695 in Towson. Again, Justin had mentioned it's not quite as foggy as yesterday, but you can see visibility. Still a little bit of an issue out there. Otherwise, pretty good out there. Light volume. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Austin Todd with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Megan. Things are still looking pretty light on our transit systems as well. The light rail is dealing with a delay, only about 5 to 10 minutes, but Metro Subway is still on time. Everything's on schedule from Owings Mills all the way down to Johns Hopkins. On the MARC train system, Penn Train 407 left Baltimore on time. That's on the way to Washington. Penn Train 413 is leaving Baltimore at 6:45. For the MTA transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
Still ahead this morning, troubles continue for former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. The push now to suspend her law license.
Plus, juveniles fueling the crime crisis in Baltimore City. The latest incident sparking even more concern over what is being done to curb the trend. It's 5:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
5:54, and it's out with the old, in with the new, and in just a few days, we'll be celebrating the beginning of 2024.
And what better way to ring in the new year than to ring out a collection of the year's oddest, wildest, and quirkiest viral and trending videos. Another year, another wrap of the weirdest, wild, wacky, witty, and wondrous stories, wielding the who, what, when, where, and why. Let's take a look at 2023. A podcast became a pod crash when a pair of Houston show hosts had their spotlight suddenly stolen by an unscripted car crash. Luckily, the pair escaped unscathed and with plenty to talk about on their next show. Security video from Canada caught a pair of thieves taking a shortcut in a stolen car through a closed mall. It was like a scene from the Blues Brothers, but with significantly less singing and dancing. Police said the suspects ripped off even more stuff inside the mall. Arrests were later made in connection with the after-hours shopping spree. A North Carolina driver landed in hot water after a heart-stopping dash cam video showed him nearly hitting a pair of school bus riders. That was the bus's driver, understandably freaking out. Thankfully, the kids were okay, and police arrested the driver, who they said already had a suspended license. Speaking of unfit drivers, Slovakian authorities were dumbfounded, going viral with a now legendary traffic cam still of a dog captured behind the wheel of a speeding car. The driver told police the dog had jumped in his lap against his wishes. Animals out of their element can be intimidating and give you pause. Case in point, viral video from Australia showed a man square up against an absolutely jacked kangaroo. The ripped roo had the man's dog in its clutches, but didn't know this guy was a martial arts expert who wasn't afraid to dole out uppercuts down under. This Australian windsurfer was left with a whale of a tale to tell after he got nailed by a breaching behemoth. The man was pulled underwater by his safety strap, but luckily it snapped, allowing him to resurface stunned, but no worse for wear. There was no shortage of surreal science stories to share this year, like this weird question mark spotted in space. Spoiler alert, it's likely just an oddly shaped galaxy. And this donut-shaped rock found on Mars. Turns out it's just a rock that looks like a donut. But when the brainiacs of air and space aren't solving intergalactic mysteries, they're apparently designing cutting-edge paper planes to break a world distance record. That's what a pair of young Boeing engineers did along with a friend, flinging their precisely packed paper projectile a staggering 290 feet and into the record books. There were some whoopsie daisies, like a cattle car of cows that inexplicably started dropping one by one onto a busy North Carolina road. The heifers were okay, but did force drivers to move over in a high-stakes game of chicken. Or like a marathon runner in Atlanta left kicking herself after making a wrong turn in the home stretch of a race that she was leading 50 feet from the finish line. She still finished third, but the mistake cost her thousands in winnings. Oof. Or a Boston cop that went viral after taking a tumble down a city park slide. The officer received minor injuries, and the wild ride drew enough attention. Even the mayor's office vowed to look into the safety of the slide. But by then, social media had already done what it does. There was also far too much of the weird and wild, like teeny tiny designer handbags, dancing dinos by the thousands, ultra low riders riding really low, marijuana-laced high tides, dueling fat bears, flightless eagles fathering rocks, bombed rocket launches, gargantuan golden retriever get-togethers, and so forth. But one of the favorite feel-good stories of the year had to be George of the Jumbotron. A 4-year-old hockey spectator became a legend in an instant when a Jumbotron operator kept zeroing in on him at his first ever Detroit Red Wings match, and the crowd couldn't get enough, delivering ever-growing cheers for little George. I'm Megan Gilland, Fox 45 News.
The Maryland Bar Council wants to suspend Marilyn Mosby from practicing law. Coming up, I'll have more on their petition and what's next for the former city state's attorney.
Too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street.
Family and city leaders walking through the rain to remember those who were killed this year. The changes both groups wish to see in the new year in order to improve public safety.
Temperatures are mild this morning. We're starting to dry out as we head into your afternoon. We'll take a look at what we can expect for New Year's Eve weekend coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for joining us on this Thursday, December 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Final days of 2023 here.
That's right. Countdown is beginning. There's a big ball in Times Square. There's big numbers. They're going to light up. There's going to be a bunch of people standing around watching it. And then, boom, it's the new year.
It's it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how it feels outside for those festivities.
I like Hamden's ball drop. It's
I do too.
It's a lot better, yeah. Usually, it's a little bit more quaint and more fun. But either way, it's going to be great weather here for us. And overall, up and down the East Coast, really not too much to get in your way after we get through today. You can see those clouds that are lifting just a little bit as we look out over the inner harbor. So not as foggy as yesterday morning and definitely not as wet. So lower 40s in western Maryland, 48 Hagerstown and Frederick, 50 in Westminster, right at 53 in Baltimore City and 51 in Bel Air this hour. So again, mild conditions. So after the patchy morning fog burns off, we should see a little bit of sun this afternoon and mild temperatures for the most part as well. On your morning drive, keeping those numbers in the 50s for the next couple of hours. Just watch for those wet roads as you're heading out on your Thursday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And taking a look, you see the flashing lights right there. There's two-vehicle accident, 295 South, right near Annapolis Road. The shoulder in a lane is closed. You can see emergency crews on the scene. We'll continue following this and give you any updates. All the other roads, major highways around the Baltimore area, from Frederick down to Ocean City, wide open, no issues to report.
Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on what the Maryland Bar Council is calling for. Shannon?
Well, they filed a petition, Tom and Megan, and in it, they are calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to that perjury conviction last month. It is something that the Maryland Bar Council says is a serious crime, and this could be just the beginning of the potential fallout and disciplinary action for Mosby. In fact, you'll remember that this filing comes 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. Now, next month, she'll once again stand trial, this time, though, on 2 false mortgage application charges. Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge is not associated with this case, but weighs in on what Mosby's defense may be.
It's incredibly obvious that Marilyn Mosby is going to essentially use Nick Mosby as the patsy in this mortgage fraud case. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? For Marilyn Mosby, she's the chief prosecutor of Baltimore City. She is responsible for prosecuting white-collar crime, financial crimes at the state level and within Baltimore City. So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for her.
And the outcome of that trial, again, may directly impact this, as the Maryland Bar Council is calling for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of this second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for a stronger punishment. Now, if the Supreme Court of Maryland does choose to suspend Mosby, she will then have 15 days to issue a written appeal before it would take effect. So, of course, we'll continue to follow this very closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And 6:03 is the time. Fox 45 News has been following the controversy surrounding Marilyn Mosby for years now. First made national headlines months after she took office in 2015 when she indicted 6 Baltimore City police officers in the death of Freddie Gray. While some praised her decision, others criticized the indictments, calling them a reckless rush to judgment. Another controversy involving her frequent out-of-town travel. Though she maintained she did nothing wrong, she asked City Inspector General Isabel Cumming to investigate. The IG found Mosby spent 85 days out of the office in 2018 through 2019 and did not get approval for 15 of those trips.
1 month after that finding, in March of 2021, Mosby stopped enforcing what she calls low-level crimes, including drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, and other offenses. And we have seen a number of questionable plea deals come from Mosby's office, including the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent. He was released on a plea deal after serving less than 6 months in jail. Federal authorities later sentenced him to 12 years in prison. Mosby was voted out of office over a year ago now. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this story as it develops. You can find all of our past coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing our coverage on the juvenile crime crisis, high school students from Baltimore and Silver Spring are being charged with multiple robberies in Ellicott City just last month. Howard County police say they arrested 2 girls ages 14 and 15 in connection with a pair of armed robberies. 3 days later, police say 2 teenage boys threatened a woman with a gun while she was unloading her car.
Young people are regularly seen as both suspects and victims in Baltimore. This year alone, 94 juveniles have been shot in the city, and that's a 30% jump from this time last year.
Well, in total, 258 people have been killed in Baltimore City. Although Baltimore is set to fall below 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years, some say there is still much work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those lives lost this year. Last night, city residents and city leaders gathering for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley taking part in that walk and acknowledging that although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. A nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
Of the 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence.
6:06, want to take you from the live center this morning where leaders in U.S. and Mexico are working to address the surge in migration. Here's a legal crossing right here in El Paso as there's a large caravan making its way to our southern border. Now, this border crossing in El Paso, Texas is just the latest checkpoint. It's not this issue per se as much as what's going on outside of these checkpoints. The group is in southern Mexico and they're still walking north. The confirmed number out this morning shows this could be the busiest month ever for illegal crossings on the southern border. Border Patrol has encountered more than 250,000 migrants so far, with 3 days left to go in the month. All of that led U.S. officials to Mexico Wednesday for talks with Mexico's leaders, including President Andrés Obrador, who now says he wants to handle the influx of migrants. The talks include U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The delegation pushing Mexico to do more to limit the surge of migrants that are moving north toward the U.S., including incentives such as visas for migrants to remain in Mexico and avoid migrating irregularly. Now, there are currently 11,000 waiting at the border to cross legally. Now, in the first 11 months of 2023 alone, Mexico says it's detected at least 680,000 migrants moving through its country, but many argue that number is a very low estimate. Mexico's president says they are willing to do more to help the U.S. to stop the illegal crossings in exchange for Washington's help with Mexico's own laundry list of priorities, including getting the U.S. to send more aid to migrants' home countries, Washington's help with reopening talks with Mexico and Cuba, and reducing or eliminating sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela. But Mexico's top priority appears to be getting Washington to reopen other border crossings. There's other ones all along the one. This one seems to be frozen right now, but like the Zaragoza Bridge in El Paso, after the U.S. had shut down that bridge to help cut down on the number of migrants into the U.S., sending those people that work at some of those places to help with the illegal crossings. That's the latest from our live center.
Another juvenile arrested for stealing a car, this time on Christmas Eve. Fox 45 News is taking a look at the growing frustration as Baltimore gets closer to 11,000 thefts this year.
An increase to Maryland's minimum wage set to go into effect next week. What this will mean for those wage workers and their employers.
Mild conditions to kick off, our Thursday morning as we get closer to the weekend. We'll talk about if we have any more rain in our forecast. We'll break it down coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .612 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast. Not as foggy as we were yesterday morning. We're definitely starting the drying process after all of that rain, especially late yesterday afternoon and last night as well. Definitely some of that pounding rain we saw. Look at this. Our temperatures in the lower 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, right down the JFX to Baltimore City at 53, 52 Dundalk, 51 Essex and Middle River. Some of you about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday morning at this time. So those mild conditions will continue. And you can see in our day planner, we're going to see those temperatures climb to the mid to upper 50s for the afternoon today. A little northwesterly wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour, but overall mild conditions. We'll track what we can expect for New Year's Eve and into the brand new year as well, coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. As the nation continues battling inflation, new detail reveals the strength of the economy. That argument ahead.
Plus, fire departments across Maryland reporting recruiting struggles. What's causing the drought in personnel and what officials are doing about it. It's 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Volunteer firefighters play a critical role in keeping us safe, but right now departments across Maryland are struggling to find and retain enough people.
Fox 45's Olivia Dance investigates what's causing the recruitment and retention issues.
When a call comes in, the crews at the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department jump into action.
As an on-call agency, we're constantly responding to on a moment's notice. So an emergency can happen any time of day, any time of year. So we're here to support.
An important part of the department is volunteer firefighters like Adam Sowers.
I work part-time, and I come up here more than I work, more than I go to college, just because I love it. I love the relationships, and I love just getting out there helping the community.
Robin Zivotek, chief of the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department, says they're always looking for volunteers.
Volunteers are always needed, usually after the first alarm fire, so after the first major incident, and then we can upstaff for hours and even days at times. When Ellicott City flooded, we had crews around the clock to support the career staff, and then any other major incidents in the county, we come back and support.
But recruiting volunteers is a challenge.
And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the current economy. People really just need to be working for money.
Kate Lovelace, executive director for the Maryland State Firemen's Association, is part of a commission to present survey results and data about staffing to the General Assembly.
I feel like it's going to show a lot of good specifics and bring to light a lot of things that, we're needing from our partners and our support system within Maryland State.
Back in Ellicott City, they too are constantly looking for volunteers.
We're constantly turning down fire prevention and other sorts of events, community events that they're looking for, just because we don't necessarily have the staffing for that.
But they're adapting their recruitment and retention strategies.
We're actually working on a new program right now where we're revamping our recruitment and retention efforts and even our training processes to try and keep up with what is a modern volunteer fire department.
Evolving to keep the Ellicott City Fire Department going strong for at least another 135 years. Reporting in Ellicott City, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Well, thank you, Olivia. And meteorologist Justin Chambers needs to tell us about the feels, because it's warm when you step out.
And a lot of people wondering as we head into the new year what it'll be like, Justin.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We do have some cooler temperatures on the way as we get into early next week, but overall it continues to be very mild. We were in the low to mid 50s most of the day yesterday, even with all of that rain that rolled through, and we're hanging out in the 50s right now. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. We always have those posted for you, and always have the info for your forecast right there on the bottom of your screen as well, so you know exactly what to plan for before you step out. So we definitely have those clouds hanging around this morning. Not as foggy as yesterday, but there definitely is still some patchy fog out there, and we're at 53. That's your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, as we take you into your HD radar, the rain is done, and all of that rain is well to the north and to the east of us. So if you are heading to New York or Boston today, you can see all of that rain with that area of low pressure that's just off the coast. This is the one that was hanging out in the Carolinas yesterday that brought all of the rain to our region. Temperatures, well, they're going to go up a little bit. We keep the clouds around today. That's going to limit just how warm we actually get, but you're going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s through the course of the next 12 hours. Overall, very mild conditions to end the year. 45, you can see that average high right there. That's where we typically are for late December. Most of us in the mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Harford and Cecil counties also in the mid 50s today. Bel Air and Aberdeen up into northeast Elkton at 54 for your high today. And my friends in the Eastern Shore, 57 in Chestertown, Rock Hall and Chester in the mid 50s, down to Easton and Talbot County right about 57 as well today. Overall, our temperature trend is going down, but not much. Notice those lower 50s into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to wrap up the year. And even next week, those numbers are still going to kind of hang right in the above average category. We should see some sun break out a little bit later today. It's not going to be a lot. Do expect to see a little bit more sunshine on Friday. Really, it's going to be Saturday before we get kind of a northwesterly flow. That wind is going to come through behind this cold front, help to kind of dry us out. Notice some snow showers developing, though, in the mountains, especially Friday, Saturday, and even into Sunday. Sunday, it's more of those upslope snow showers. So that's where we're seeing some winter weather. 4 days out until New Year's Day, MLK Day just 18 days away, about 5 weeks away from Groundhog Day, and Valentine's Day inside of 7 weeks now on your holiday countdown. Here's that 7-day forecast. Big game, obviously, Sunday afternoon. M&T Bank Stadium should be great weather for that game, as we'll be dry, temperatures in the 50s. And notice on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, first couple of days of the new year, will be a little bit cooler with highs back to the upper 40s.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and we're still keeping an eye on an incident, 295 and Annapolis Road. Getting word that 2 vehicles are involved in this one. One shoulder, one lane heading south is closed, but looking pretty good, guys. No major backups there. You can see on the map behind it, we are in the green there. Let's get a check-in now with Austin Todd with the MTA. Hi, Austin.
Good morning, Megan. Things are still looking pretty good on the Metro system. No delays from Owings Mills all the way down to Johns Hopkins. On the light rail, we do have a 20-minute delay on the MARC train system. Penn train 407 is still operating on schedule. Camden train 845 is delayed about 5 minutes. Overall, things still look pretty good on the MARC train system. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
Coming up, a Christmas Eve car theft. The helicopter chase leading up to an arrest, and the latest in the disturbing trend of youth car thefts.
And New Year's is almost upon us, but not everyone is looking forward to that midnight glass of champagne. Stick around after the break if you are looking for something a little lighter to ring in the new year. It is 6:22. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. With the new year also comes New Year's parties, and that means stocking up on drinks.
Now, it might be a good idea to have some non-alcoholic beverages on hand, as not everyone will necessarily feel like drinking alcohol.
Consumer Reports taste-tested non-alcoholic sparkling wines to find you the best substitute for those champagne toasts. Want to raise a toast this holiday season but don't feel like drinking alcohol? Good news. There are tons of alcohol-free sparkling wines to choose from and not feel left out.
Your guests may be driving, sober, pregnant, on medication. Whatever the reason, it's always a good idea to have some non-alcoholic options available.
To find out which non-alcoholic sparkling wines we're serving, CR enlisted 12 staffers to do a blind taste test.
They tasted 8 dealcoholized sparkling wines, which are made the same way as regular wine with the alcohol removed at the end. And they also tasted 2 wine alternatives, which contain herbs, fruit, tea, and some fizz.
Testers evaluated each beverage for flavor, bubbliness, and if they would buy it for themselves. So which ones did the testers like? A hit with most of the testers was Venata Tinteling Tempranillo Rosé, which they found to be refreshing and sweet, but not too sweet. For fans of sweeter wines, the runner-up might be for you. Sutter Homes' free alcohol removed wine, Sparkling Brut. And if you're looking to not spend too much, testers found the more affordable Rondell Zero de-alcoholized sparkling wine a great pick for a party, as it was found easy to drink. While non-alcoholic beverages can be great alternatives, it's important to keep expectations in check.
Don't expect the non-alcoholic versions to taste exactly like their alcoholic counterparts, but they are getting quite close.
Whatever is your preferred beverage, raise a glass to a safe and wonderful new year.
We're starting off foggy this morning, but it should clear out by the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we can expect for New Year's Eve ahead in his full forecast.
A teenager suspected of auto theft tracked down from the sky. Coming up, I'll detail that Christmas Eve incident and why it's part of a growing problem. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how warm we're going to get today.
Crazy. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the numbers.
Well, the thing is, guys, is we're going to have a lot of cloud cover around. So even though our temps will be in the 50s and well above average, not going to feel warm, but it will definitely feel mild considering that it is December 28th. So looking out over our downtown Baltimore camera, lots of that cloud cover around. Not as foggy as yesterday at this time. You can see a lot of those temperatures are hanging in the lower 50s for Cockeysville and Baltimore, down through Bel Air at 51 in Chestertown. Annapolis also in the lower 50s at this time. A mild afternoon ahead. We will see some pockets of sunshine later this afternoon, trying to do the wish cast to get us to see some more of that sunshine. Upper 50s today, a little cooler on Friday and Saturday, but temperatures still well above average to wrap up the year. We'll break down if we can expect any more rain coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got that Len Stoller traffic network for you now. A live look around the Beltway and looking pretty good. Again, still some wet conditions out there, but not too bad and no major incidents to report. We have been watching an incident, though, on 295 at Annapolis Road. It has since been cleared, so an update for you on that.
In the back of the Wendy's. Should be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York Road.
A dispatch audio revealing coordination between the Baltimore Police Department's aviation unit and the officers who are on the ground tracking down a juvenile for suspected auto theft Christmas Eve.
It is just the latest incident in a wave of kids and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the details surrounding that arrest and the alarming trend. Shannon?
Yeah, this is just the latest, like you guys said, Tom and Megan, in a pattern of what we're seeing with young people continually stealing cars across the city. And in this particular case, Baltimore police here do say that they were able to recover that stolen vehicle and track down the 16-year-old suspect who they say was charged accordingly.
That's stolen car. You have any units near Ready Avenue where the Wendy's at off of York Road can check a tag on a Honda. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on green sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
You're listening to police dispatch just after 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, unfolding just south of the Baltimore County line along the York Road corridor. BBD's helicopter Foxtrot tracking the situation from the sky, appearing to be able to describe the teen suspect down to the logo on his shoes. And within just 6 minutes, dispatch reveals the car was reported stolen from North Baltimore more than a week ago. Police say they then towed the car after the driver parked it and tracked down that teen driver to Benningoss Road, where they took him into custody. Meanwhile, last month, Mayor Scott says that juvenile auto thefts are up this year some 166%. So we're certainly bracing to see if that pattern continues into the new year. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Juvenile crime became a main focus at last week's Fox 45 News Public Safety Town Hall. We heard from the family of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 people killed in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. They are asking why one of the 18-year-old suspects in that case, Tristan Jackson, could be sent to a juvenile facility despite his age and the severity of his alleged crimes.
I just don't understand why we're not stressing the importance of the biggest shooting in Baltimore history, and we're not making it an example of the situation.
Well, Jackson was on home monitoring at the time of the shooting. A DJS spokesperson says the department cannot comment on Jackson's case because of confidentiality laws, and the department does not turn suspects away from detention.
At a separate public safety town hall 2 days earlier, the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi sat in the hot seat. He got into a heated back and forth with an assistant state's attorney, Rosenblatt, who says that DJS is not being fully transparent about its data showing how it tracks the children in its custody.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because, and this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
Well, Schiraldi is also facing pushback on some of his views about the prison system. He says people should not be taken to adult prisons until the age of 25, since scientists say their brains are not fully developed. While Governor Wes Moore has called Schiraldi a reformer, Fox 45 News has heard from others who say it's time for change.
When it comes to hearing from DJS specifically, what do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
The real person I'm concerned about is my cousin Vinny. He's arrogant and he's ignorant. If he had a clue, he would know what the old folks know: a burnt child dreads fire. These kids need consequences.
On a Harvard University panel, Schiraldi said parole and probation should be eliminated, arguing the systems don't deter people from crime and don't rehabilitate offenders. Last week, we asked if you think Governor Moore needs to replace DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. 96% of people who voted said yes.
If you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, take a moment to look at your screen. You can reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Phone numbers and email addresses right there on your screen.
Looking ahead, a change is coming to Maryland's minimum wage law.
Yeah, starting Monday, the state minimum wage will jump from $13.25 to $15 an hour.
That change is part of the Fair Wage Act, a law signed by Governor Moore in April. The policy sped up a plan that was already set to increase the wage to $15 an hour in 2025.
Former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby could have her law license suspended. And topping our next half hour, when a possible suspension could take effect.
And a live look over Capitol Hill, where the next economic report is set to drop this morning. We're going to take a closer look at the housing market.
And some patchy fog to start out your morning. But will we see sunshine this afternoon with temperatures in the 50s? Meteorologist Justin Chambers says not likely. He's tracking what your weekend will look like. That's coming up in his full forecast. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Here's a sunset in Rhode Island this week as a thin layer of fog hovers over the ground. The view was a little more dramatic in eastern Tennessee as the sun set over Jonesboro. In southwestern Virginia, a rainbow made a colorful appearance. And speaking of color, night hikers were treated to vibrant pink lights illuminating Alabama's Noccalula Falls.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
We're 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve. And looking at our big HD radar, you can see that area of low pressure. That's what brought all of that rain yesterday. It continues to track up the East Coast, bringing more of that rain, especially to parts of the Northeast corridor, moving out of New York, but up toward Boston now at this time. So rain is done for us here. We're still a little wet on the roads from all of the rain we had yesterday. And overall, if you're out for a run or a jog or a walk this morning, lower 50s here, mild conditions. We're actually going to top out in the mid to upper 50s, even with the cloud cover hanging around today, drop into the 40s tonight, and a little bit cooler on your Friday. We'll break down what we can expect for New Year's Eve weekend, especially for that big Ravens game coming up on Sunday in just a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. From our live center now this morning, we are taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning, where we are tracking the next economic report set to drop this morning, including last week's unemployment claims, expecting those to come out at 8:30 this morning, and also insight into America's housing market. That's expected to drop at 10 this morning. All data so far points to the Fed's promised soft landing as they aim to lower inflation to get to that 2% target. But potential pitfalls are rampant, including the possibility of interest rate cuts next year to trigger an inflation rebound. Taking a live look now over Seattle, Washington for you. Actually, we'll get to that in just a minute. Many economists, meantime, predicting an economic decline in the forecast for the next year. That's the latest from our live center.
The fire marshal has identified the 10-year-old girl who was killed in a house fire Christmas morning. What officials are now saying about the incident, and an ambulance damaged after an accident in downtown Baltimore. Those details just ahead. 6:41's the time.
In your morning rush, the state fire marshal has identified the 10-year-old girl killed in a house fire Christmas morning in Elkton. The marshal says Kylie Treadway was trapped inside the home when firefighters arrived. They searched the house and they were able to find her, but she was later pronounced dead at the scene. About 75 firefighters were called in to help extinguish the flames. The cause remains under investigation.
Baltimore police are now investigating a deadly crash. We brought this to you yesterday. A 58-year-old man died in the crash in northeast Baltimore yesterday morning. It happened along the Alameda right near Walters Avenue. Police say the victim was hit by a car while he was trying to help the driver back up. The driver who struck the victim stayed at the scene. Police are still investigating.
Baltimore police are also looking into a crash involving a Johns Hopkins ambulance and an MTA bus. This was the scene at the corner of North Washington and East Fayette Street yesterday.
A Fox 45 News team member reported seeing damaged ambulance being towed from the intersection before a camera arrived. There were also damaged light poles and what appears to be parts of a vehicle on the side of the street.
The Maryland Bar Council, meantime, wants to suspend Marilyn Mosby from practicing law.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on their petition and what's next for the former city state's attorney. Shannon?
Yeah, in their petition, Tom and Megan, the Maryland Bar Council is calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to that perjury conviction last month. Now, keep in mind, this all comes ahead of her second federal trial, which is set for less than a month from now. And what happens in that trial, the outcome could directly impact this potential suspension or other disciplinary action that Mosby may face. I'm going to explain how coming up in the next 15 minutes, plus what it would take for Mosby to appeal this decision if the Maryland Supreme Court does decide to suspend her law license. Again, that's all coming up at 7. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. It is time now to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the warmth, and yeah, not going to see the sun, though, really.
Yeah, probably not, guys. And our temperatures are going to be very mild to wrap up the year for 2023. And even into the new year, we're still looking in that above average category. So snow lovers, sorry, it's not looking good, or at least favorable, at least here at home. There's going to be some snow in Maryland as we get into the weekend, which I'll talk about in a moment. 53 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. If you're heading out and about, notice that the rain is pretty much all done, but a lot of cloud cover left over, and that rain is now traveling up into parts of Boston and the northeast corridor. That's where we're seeing more of that heavier rain that we saw yesterday. In terms of your rise and shine cast, our temperatures will be in the lower 50s for the next couple of hours. 7:25 your sunrise, sunset at 4:51 tonight. So those daylight hours continue to expand. And as we take you in your MetroCast day planner, temperatures in the mid-50s by 10 a.m., getting to the mid to upper 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And we'll keep those temperatures in the mid-50s for about 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we keep the clouds around. 45 is typically where we are, nowhere near that number. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 50s. It will feel mild, but again, with the clouds kind of hanging around, not that nice warm feeling. 58 in D.C., almost 60 in Richmond, and even low to mid 50s for New York and Philly as you head up north on 95. Now, when you take a look at the temperature tracker, notice that those numbers going down starting tomorrow and into the weekend, but they still kind of hang right above that line. That's the average line right there in the red. So typically upper 40s or mid 40s is where we are this time of year. Should be good to go for our big game on Sunday afternoon. Your Ravens taking on the Dolphins there at M&T Bank Stadium. Tailgating on Sunday morning should be great. We're dry throughout the day, and temperatures into kickoff and through halftime will be mainly in the lower 50s for the most part. Now, here's a look at our future scan. Thursday afternoon should see some breaks in the clouds as we get later into the day. Friday, another system brings more snow to the western mountains. Now, we're talking about Friday late evening into early Saturday, the upslope snow showers. And you can see a pretty decent amount of snow is expected in the Alleghenies through Saturday afternoon and even into Sunday as well as that colder air works in. What we'll see here in Baltimore will be breezy conditions, that northwest wind helping to dry us out. But Sunday afternoon looks good for the game, and then even into Monday of next week for New Year's Day, not looking too bad either. Itchy and Scratchy are saying hello from Jamie there in Sparks, Maryland. So more of our holiday pet pics as we wrap up the year. Thank you so much, Jamie, for sending that picture in. Always love getting your pet pics at jcchambers at foxbaltimore.com. So here's that 7-day forecast as we get you into the new year. And of course, that Ravens game Sunday looks great. Monday, not too bad either. We're looking at a high right about 50 for the first day of the year. And notice our temperatures go down a little bit, upper 40s for Tuesday and Wednesday next week.
Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Roadways moving smoothly this morning. There is an issue to report, though. There's a delay here right now, and we're talking about 95 South right at Eastern Avenue. There's an incident causing some delays southbound. Camera showing a little bit of flashing lights in the area on the shoulder here. So everybody else, you seem to be moving along just fine on these major roads, especially right here, the camera that we're showing you too, South Baltimore. But that one issue to report, 95 southbound at Eastern Avenue.
Happening now, an airline passenger making waves online for refusing to swap seats with a pregnant woman.
Now, the man whose name is Michael Donnelly wrote about the situation on Reddit. That's why we're sharing his name, because he wrote about it earlier this month.
So Donnelly writes that he was flying by himself for over 5 hours to visit family during the holidays. He specifically booked and paid extra for an aisle seat in the second to last row because he has medical issues that sometimes requires him to get up and have to use a restroom fast.
Donnelly writes, right before boarding, a woman asked me to give up my seat so that she could sit closer to the bathroom. She was pregnant, but did not seem distressed. He continues, adding that while he emphasized with her situation, he thought it was unfair to be asked to leave a seat that he paid for to accommodate his medical condition. He did not give up his seat and says the pregnant woman even tried to get the flight attendants involved to mediate the situation.
Very interesting. You think that he's the bad one, but I get it.
Right.
I've been pregnant, and I think if I were in that situation, I would go, I understand.
Yeah, medical conditions specifically paid for, specifically paid for that area. You were married to somebody that has to, when they say bring in the flight attendants, has to deal with this. She has to deal with this all the time.
Well, and that's the whole thing. Flight attendants are not there to mediate situations. They're there for your safety. Yeah. They're also not there to be your waitresses or waiters. Right. They are there to get you out of the plane if there is some sort of an issue. They're there for your safety. So they always come into this where they're like, oh, we had to get the flight attendant involved. And it's like, well, you really don't. Job. You should just be able to handle things
like
as adults.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and you know, without being there, we don't have context. Right. All we have is what he wrote. Side. Exactly. So it's really tough to kind of judge that situation.
From what he wrote, I get it. I understand why he didn't give it up.
Right, and maybe, you know, she was like, I really need to be close, and he's like, I also need to be close.
We also know it's not Southwest, because he paid for a seat.
Exactly.
Like, you cannot pick a seat on Southwest.
And maybe she should have bought a seat, too, knowing her condition and that she'd need to go, too.
Yeah. All right. Well, our temperatures are going to be mild today as we look outside. We've got some cloud cover right there. We'll talk about your forecast as we head into New Year's Eve weekend coming up.
Lower inflation doesn't mean relief for everyone. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at the lasting negative impact of the high prices from years past.
And get him a gift.
Oh, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas. You want to do a coffee break with us?
Yeah, time for a coffee break.
Making headlines this morning, a change is coming to Maryland's minimum wage law. Starting this Monday, the state minimum wage will jump from $13.25 to $15 an hour. The change is part of the Fair Wage Act, a law signed by Governor Moore in April. That policy sped up a plan that was already set to increase the wage to $15 an hour in 2025.
Well, on a national level, inflation is lower, but for some Americans, it's not a reason to celebrate.
The National Desk's Janae Bowens explains the lasting negative impact of high prices from years past.
The need is great. And it isn't decreasing, it's increasing, especially with inflation.
Jindaya Scott Miller is the founding executive director of Angel of Edgewood. The Northeast-based nonprofit's primary focus is to fight food and housing insecurity. But with high prices and more people needing help, the fight is only getting tougher.
There's just not enough.
Jindaya says the families she works with don't feel the cooling inflation.
We see something on the news or on social media saying that inflation is coming down, but where? Not for us.
Inflation peaked in June of last year at 9.1%. We're now at 3.1%. The government's goal is to get inflation to 2%.
Falling inflation or slower inflation is not the same as falling price levels.
Kayla Brune is a senior economist at Morning Consult. She says prices aren't likely to come down.
It's still very recent memory for a lot of consumers, what things cost in 2019, 2020, and it was a lot less than it is now. So the fact that prices came up so fast, and then even though they're not still rising as quickly, they're still staying up at that high level, just growing a little more slowly.
Experts say Americans making $50,000 or less per year are the most impacted by inflation. When the cost of living first shot up, they turned to their savings, which for many are now gone.
As price levels remained elevated and the cost of living stayed so high, even when we had relative improvement this year, a lot of lower income consumers are still playing catch up.
We are struggling, and that's the worst part about all of this, is having to turn people away when we know they truly need the help.
Prices are now elevated, which means low income workers are going to need to make more to keep pace. But it could continue to be tough because wage growth is slowing. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
The Maryland Bar Council wants to suspend Marilyn Mosby from practicing law. Coming up, I'll have more on their petition and what's next for the former city state's attorney.
Volunteer firefighters keep us safe, but fire departments all across the state, they're having trouble recruiting. How they're working to find and retain new people.
Our temperatures are going to be mild today. We have the rain that is moving on out of here. We'll break down what we can expect with your forecast for New Year's Eve coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah, 6:58 on this Thursday morning, December 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. It is hard to believe that we are at the end of December and seeing temps maybe in the 50s.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, Justin Chambers talking about the temperatures, well, they won't really go down much today. In fact, they'll go up, but we won't see the sun.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And our temps are in the 50s right now, and we continue to see those. We only got to 54 yesterday, and basically we kept those numbers going through the overnight hours as well. The rain is done, the clouds left over, and some of that patchy fog as well. Check out these numbers in the lower 50s for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Brooklyn Park, 51 Rosedale out through Essex and Middle River, 50 in Woodlawn. Our weather story for the day, some patchy morning fog, but a mild afternoon ahead. We should see at least some pockets of sunshine as we get later into the day, but keeping that yellow light, as Mr. Bo says, take it slow. Still some very wet roads from all the rain we had yesterday. Temperature staying in the 50s, though. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few. How are we doing on the roads, Tom?
Taking a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network here, we can see that there is, from these roadways, you can still see the sheen on the roads because of the rain. Still dealing with that accident. It's now causing even bigger delays. 95 south at Eastern Avenue, and it looks like the right shoulder, there's two vehicles involved, and the right lane are closed, and that's causing a slight delay there. Looking at the cameras, there's just a little bit of flashing lights, and it seems like that's increased here. So slow go around that 95 south Eastern Avenue, southeast of Baltimore City. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with more on what the Maryland Bar Council is calling for. Shannon?
Well, they filed a petition, Megan and Tom, and in it, they are calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to that perjury conviction last month. That is something that the Maryland Bar Council calls a serious crime, and this could be just the beginning of the potential fallout for Mosby and potential disciplinary action that she may face as well. In fact, you'll remember that this filing comes just 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. Next month, she'll once again stand trial, this time on 2 false mortgage application charges. Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge is not associated with this case, but weighs in on what Mosby's defense may be. Take a listen.
It's incredibly obvious that Marilyn Mosby is going to essentially use Nick Mosby as the patsy in this mortgage fraud case. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? For Marilyn Mosby, she's the chief prosecutor of Baltimore City. She is responsible for prosecuting white-collar crime, financial crimes at the state level and within Baltimore City. So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for her.
So the outcome of this upcoming trial directly plays into this, because the Maryland Bar Council is calling for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of this second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for an even stronger punishment. Now, if the Maryland Supreme Court does choose to suspend Marilyn Mosby's law license, she will have up to 15 days to issue a written appeal before it takes effect. So, of course, we'll watch this closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:02 now, and Fox 45 News has been following the controversy surrounding Marilyn Mosby for years. She first made national headlines months after she took office in 2015, when she indicted 6 Baltimore City police officers in the death of Freddie Gray. They all were actually relieved of any of those accusations. While some praised her for that decision, others criticized the indictments, calling them a reckless rush to judgment. Another controversy involved her frequent out-of-town travel. Though she maintained that she did nothing wrong, she asked City Inspector General Isabel Cumming to investigate. The IG found Mosby spent 85 days out of office between 2018 and 2019 and did not get approval for 15 of those trips.
1 month after that finding, in March of 2021, Mosby stopped enforcing what she calls low-level crimes, and that includes drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, and other offenses. And we have seen a number of questionable plea deals come from Mosby's office, including the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent that you see there beside me. He was released on a plea deal after serving less than 6 months in jail. Federal authorities later sentenced him to 12 years in prison. Mosby was voted out of office over a year ago. Well, Fox 45 News will continue to follow this story as it develops. You can find all of our past coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis, high school students from Baltimore and Silver Spring are being charged with multiple robberies in Ellicott City. Just last month, Howard County Police say they arrested 2 girls ages 14 and 15 in connection to the pair of armed robberies. 3 days later, police say 2 teenage boys threatened a woman with a gun while she was just unloading her car. Now, young people are regularly seen as both suspects and victims in Baltimore. This year alone, 94 juveniles have been shot in the city. That's a 30% jump from the same time last year.
In total, 258 people have been killed in Baltimore City this year, although Baltimore is set to fall below 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Some say there's still work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those who were killed this year. Last night, city leaders gathered for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley took part in that walk in the rain. He acknowledged, although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. It's a nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
Well, of the 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence.
Volunteer firefighters play a critical role in keeping us safe, but right now departments across Maryland are struggling to find and retain enough people. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance investigates what's causing the recruitment and retention issues and what's being done about it.
When a call comes in, the crews at the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department jump into action.
As an on-call agency, we're constantly responding to on a moment's notice. So an emergency can happen any time of day, any time of year. So we're here to support.
An important part of the department is volunteer firefighters like Adam Sowers.
I work part-time, and I come up here more than I work, more than I go to college, just because I love it. I love the relationships, and I love just getting out there helping the community.
Robin Zivotek, chief of the Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Department, says they're always looking for volunteers.
Volunteers are always needed, usually after the first alarm fire, so after the first major incident, and then we can upstaff for hours and even days at times. When Ellicott City flooded, we had crews around the clock to support the career staff, and then any other major incidents in the county, we come back and support.
But recruiting volunteers is a challenge.
And I feel like a lot of that has to do with the current economy. People really just need to be working for money.
Kate Lovelace, executive director for the Maryland State Firemen's Association, is part of a commission to present survey results and data about staffing to the General Assembly.
I feel like it's going to show a lot of good specifics and bring to light a lot of things that, we're needing from our partners and our support system within Maryland State.
Back in Ellicott City, they too are constantly looking for volunteers.
We're constantly turning down fire prevention and other sorts of events, community events that they're looking for, just because we don't necessarily have the staffing for that.
But they're adapting their recruitment and retention strategies.
We're actually working on a new program right now where we're revamping our recruitment and retention efforts and even our training processes to try and keep up with what is a modern volunteer fire department.
Evolving to keep the Ellicott City Fire Department going strong for at least another 135 years. Reporting in Ellicott City, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Firefighter recruitment also an issue in Baltimore City. A Fox 45 News report in June found the city was short nearly 200 firefighters and paramedics, and members of the department addressed some of those concerns surrounding the shortage.
More money and less work. So that's the problem we have. Just trying to keep our folks here and just have them motivated to stay.
When you call, if your house catches on fire and a unit's not in service, then the next unit has to respond from further away.
Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the issues facing Baltimore City Fire Department. You can find our complete coverage at foxbaltimore.com.
From the Live Center now this morning, leaders in the U.S. and Mexico work to address the surge in migration as a large migrant caravan makes its way to our southern border. In fact, you're taking a live look now from the border here. This is El Paso, Texas. At last check, that group was in southern Mexico, still heading north. And the confirmed number out this morning shows this could be the busiest month ever for illegal crossings. Border Patrol has encountered more than 250,000 migrants so far, with 3 days left to go in the month. All of that led U.S. officials to Mexico Wednesday for talks with Mexico's leaders, including the president there on how to get a handle on the influx of migrants. Those talks included U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The delegation pushed for Mexico to do more to limit the surge of migrants moving through Mexico to get to the U.S., including incentives such as visas for migrants to remain in Mexico and avoid migrating irregularly. In the first 11 months of 2023 alone, Mexico says it detected at least 680,000 migrants moving through the country. Mexico's president says they're willing to do more to help the U.S. to stop them in exchange for Washington's help with their own laundry list of priorities. And that includes getting the U.S. to send more aid to migrants' home countries, Washington's help with reopening talks with Mexico and Cuba to reduce or eliminate sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela. But Mexico's top priority appears to be getting Washington to reopen border crossings like this busy area there. We know after the U.S. shut down some of those to help cut down on the number of migrants coming into the U.S. That's the latest from our live center.
7:10 is the time, which means it's another chance to get a check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here, and yeah, more fog, a little bit of rain, and hardly any sun.
Well, that's the whole thing, Tom. I keep trying to wish the forecast, the wishcast, so I can get some more sun, so we can kind of brighten things up a bit. But this is what it looks like out over the Inner Harbor. It's not as foggy as yesterday, but we still have those clouds hanging around, and this is pretty much how it's going to look through most of the day today. We expect after about 2-3 o'clock to possibly get some breaks in the cloud cover, and maybe that sun will come through at least for a little bit. But our temperatures statewide are not bad. Lower 40s in Oakland. That's about the coldest spot in western Maryland. Most of us along the Chesapeake are in the lower 50s. Westminster up to Bel Air to Elkton, Chestertown at 51, Annapolis here at 53, 52 in Baltimore City. We're going to get to the mid to upper 50s today, even with those clouds hanging around and not much wind. That also is kind of impeding our progress with the fact that we've got some very light wind, not helping to kind of blow those clouds out of here and get some drier air on the way. So we'll hopefully get that as we get later into this upcoming weekend. We'll talk more about that forecast for you in just a few. How are we doing on the roads right now?
It's been pretty good, Justin. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. The only incident that we're watching here, it's in the city. This is 95 South at Eastern Avenue. Getting word 2 vehicles are involved. We got one traffic lane, one shoulder now closed. You see the flashing lights there, but it's not really having a major impact on the conditions out there. Just something you'll have to keep in mind as you're passing through.
Now, here's a live look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. An alarming new development in recent auto thefts, how thieves are using tow trucks to steal other vehicles.
And one man running for mayor is calling for Baltimore City School CEO to be replaced. How the lone Republican candidate wants to improve public education. It's 7:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Stealing trucks and going to take other trucks, that's a rare. And it's just getting bigger now.
There's 2 other tow trucks around the corner stolen. There's a couple of them a couple weeks ago stolen.
An alarming trend surrounding stolen tow trucks, with at least 4 in the past few weeks all across the Baltimore area. Now some victims that we've been speaking to are calling this an organized crime. This morning, Peace spokesperson Yuripsi Morgan joining us live to weigh in on this. You hear organized crime. When you see the stories, what are your thoughts? Do you think this is something bigger?
Look, I do. And this is something that the community has talked to us about, not necessarily the trucks themselves, but the audacity of criminals. The fact that not only are you stealing vehicles, but now you are stealing tow trucks in order to steal more vehicles at one time. And think about the noise and the effort that goes into stealing a tow truck. Right. I mean, it's the audacity that residents have been screaming about.
When we talk about it being organized crime, what is the bigger picture? You know, a group of people trying to steal these cars, sell off the parts, or where are we going with these stolen cars that we're seeing all across the city?
You know, this is why I think residents have been pushing so hard for the mayor and others to really take seriously these quality of life crimes. Because you remember, at first we were told, you know, that we're just focusing on homicides, we're just focusing on these really big issues, which of course are important. But residents have been saying, listen, you cannot ignore the fact that vehicles are being stolen, that people are getting carjacked, and now it's grown into this organized crime where you do have coordination, really, between these criminals and what they're trying to do and the amount of vehicles that they're trying to steal.
Why do you think they're doing this? Is it to use them to commit other crimes? Is it, like we mentioned a little bit ago, to sell the parts? Or what is the end game here?
You know, that's a great question. And I think residents have been asking the same thing, too. Like, why are you victimizing your own community? And what are you doing it for? Right. And that's where I think, you know, we need more answers from law enforcement and particularly the justice system to figure out what is happening in these areas.
Legally, what crimes do you face right now when you are caught stealing a car?
Oh, there could be a plethora of crimes, you know, from trespassing to burglary to robbery, any of those kinds of things. And then, of course, if there are weapons involved, I mean, the laundry list is so long. And again, for those who are particularly worried about juveniles in the criminal justice system and how that could affect their future, you really, we should have been dealing with this issue 2 years ago before it got to this level. Well, now we're talking about tow trucks and potentially a laundry list of criminal charges.
Some good news here is that we know that they're going to be prosecuted now, and we saw some video of Foxtrot aiding in some of these arrests happening. Think that'll start making a difference if these people know that they're going to be caught and they're going to be prosecuted.
Well, that I think is a huge difference, because it's very different than what we saw 2 years ago, right? Under the previous state's attorney administration, where you could basically get away with these things and not have any consequences. That is very different under the Ivan Bates administration. And so I do think that if we take a really hard look at what we're doing and make some impact now and say you are going to be prosecuted, then I think we will start to see significant changes in the new year.
And we're just days away from that. Yuripsi, thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
You too.
7:18 is your time right now. First time yesterday where I said, hey, see you next year, when I was like, see you next week. And, you know, it's always like one of those things. You get to the end of the year and, you know, then you have to write the checks. If you still write checks that say now 24, I don't know. I mean, maybe people don't write checks. I know Tom sometimes writes checks and, you know, we're old school. Looking out on our Towson cam right now, we do have those clouds that are hanging around. Not as foggy as yesterday morning, but still those clouds here as well from all of the rain that we saw yesterday. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. 52, though, your temperature in Towson, so we really haven't been allowed to cool down too much with that cloud cover. Notice on our HD radar, the rain has moved on. In fact, as we get later into the day today, you can see more of those showers continue to track up toward Boston, and you can see that area of low pressure. This is the one that was basically on the Carolina coast down toward the south of us yesterday that brought us all of that rain, and we got record amounts of rain, 1.62 inches officially at BWI. That's a record for December 27th. Now, looking forward on our future scan, this takes us through 10 o'clock o'clock this morning. Notice we keep the clouds around, but we're really not tracking rain, and still going to be cloudy as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. It's going to take till about 5 or 6 p.m. before finally some of those clouds try to break out. So hoping to get at least maybe a little bit of sunshine breaking through as we get later into the day today. It's been not fun sitting at home when we want to go flying. At least the pilots have been dealing with IFR and low IFR pretty much all week here. 52 here in the next hour on your MetroCast day planner, and numbers that'll get into the mid to upper 50s by noon. Some of us will hang out close to 60 degrees today, even with the cloud cover. Not going to feel warm, but definitely mild for this time of year when typically we're in the mid 40s. A lot of us in the mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Howard and Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 50s. Shady Side, Annapolis, all the way up through Severna Park. 56 for you in Columbia and Howard County today. Obviously, we're looking ahead to the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Big game. Could lock up a lot of things, not only the AFC North, but that #1 seed with a win. And we're seeing temperatures that'll be in the 40s for tailgating and lower 50s by game time, staying mainly dry. We're seeing the drier conditions here for the day today and into the weekend. Quick shout out to Dean and Tiffany in Forest Hill. Look at that shot of Milo and Minnie right there. Milo and Minnie looking good and ready for the holidays. So thank you again so much, Dean and Tiffany, for sending us that picture. Still have those holiday pics. I'm going to try to get through as many as I can as we get into the end of the year. So here's that 7-day forecast. 50s will continue into the weekend and into early next year. Looks like New Year's Eve plans Sunday night should be good to go, dry, and then our temperatures will be a little bit cooler into next Tuesday and Wednesday.
Well, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. Now, and yeah, here's that incident we've been talking about. It's just south of Baltimore City here. This is on 95 South at Eastern Avenue. 2 vehicles involved. One traffic lane, one shoulder are closed. The flashing lights there, you can see them, and traffic is still moving a little slow in that area, but you are getting by.
The next economic report is expected to drop this morning. What it means for the housing market.
And we're at the pickleball house this morning. It's the biggest craze in the country. Coming up, we'll tell you about a new spot you can come to play pickleball all day long on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
is a sport that is just booming in popularity, and it's kind of a big deal.
That's right. Be More Lifestyle's Mark Clark is in Baltimore County celebrating the grand opening of the Pickleball House, and he has been active already this morning. Looks like you've got a whole group out there with you.
Man, I got Bill, I got Gil, and no, they're not identical twins. But guys, this is amazing. You just opened already. Obviously, we have a nice amount of people coming in, checking it out. What separates your place from everyone else?
You know, I think the facility overall really separates us from everybody else. We have a big, spacious facility. The courts are all separated with a lot of fun space for everyone to socialize in and hang out. The courts themselves we have 8 30 by 60 regulation size professional courts. The sound system we have from Just Audio, they installed it. We have a speaker above every single court, which really enables our GM to announce when we have tournaments, you know, where to go with the courts, and I think that's a big part of it.
And so how hot is this, guys? Because, I mean, we've been, I guess, last year, I guess I did, you know, a pickleball story, and it was blazing hot. Is it still as hot? You guys say yes, right?
Absolutely. They say the stats are they go up by a couple million a year participants. And they said basically some of the magazines in the business journals say the peak isn't going to happen until about 2030.
I always thought it was the baby boomers kind of like tacking onto it, but I see a lot of young people playing, so I guess it's not just one group, right?
No, the demographics, 18 to 34, most popular participation now. It used to be for us older folks.
What happened?
Times are changing. They caught on.
The youth take everything that we have. Let us have our own. Okay, fine. Come out and play, young people. Everybody can come play, okay?
It's fun.
Man, I thought it was our thing.
Where is Pickleball House? Where are you?
Where exactly are we, Gil? The address.
1330 Innovation Road, White Marsh, Middle River, right off of 95 and about 3 miles east of 95 off White Marsh Boulevard.
Oh, nice. Just like that, Megan. Yeah, so you can play.
Answers. Awesome. I got my own paddles now.
Yeah, you're legit. If you'd like some more information about how you can join the Pickleball House or hang out with Mark Clark, just go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, some patchy fog as we dry out this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know when we will see some sunshine.
A teenager suspected of auto theft tracked down from the sky. Coming up, I'll detail that Christmas Eve incident and why it's part of a growing problem. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yes, if you can stay in this morning and sleep in, like the kids, like my son probably right now until 12, do it.
You're lucky because our kids are getting up bright and early. Well, you've been dark and early, and it's been exciting this week.
Oh, I bet. There's no sleeping in at the Gillen household, but my son, you got to wake him up at noon, the teenage years. Justin Chambers, it's good sleeping weather this morning.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. When those clouds are out there, you're like, come on. And I'm just like, man, get the sun back. Just give me a little bit of that sunshine as I crave it. Maybe you do too. Our downtown Baltimore camera right now, well, we're trying to get, the sun's up, but we're just trying to see it, and we just are not really being successful. Got to get up through that cloud deck to be able to see that sunshine today. But temperatures are mild. Lower 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 52. 50 in Woodlawn, 49 Ellicott City, 51 currently in Brooklyn Park. Some of us about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday at this time. So overall, it is still a mild morning. I'm still going to keep that yellow light there on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because those roads are wet from all of the rain we had yesterday and especially last night. So you're waking up to wet cars this morning. Now, here's a look at our next 3 days, and doesn't look very winter-like, does it? Upper 50s today, lower 50s into Friday and Saturday. So we'll wrap up the year in the above average category. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
And another candidate for Baltimore City Mayor calling for the CEO of Baltimore City Public Schools to be replaced.
Donald Scoggins is the lone Republican in the race.
He recently sat down with Project Baltimore's Chris Papps to discuss his plans to improve public education if he's elected mayor.
Donald Scoggins has accomplished a lot in his life. Vietnam War veteran, real estate broker, urban planner. But now he's trying to accomplish something in Baltimore that hasn't happened in 60 years. To be elected mayor as a Republican.
And I do think that a Republican can win in Baltimore if I can encourage the people to see that I'm passionate about this, and I think I can make a change. I can't do any worse than what's been done in the past, I tell you that.
The last time a Republican was elected mayor in Baltimore was 1963. Scoggins was 18, studying architecture at Hampton University in Virginia, where he learned the value of a quality education, something he says too many students in Baltimore City are simply not receiving.
All I see is a whole bunch of money being wasted. The taxpayers are not getting their money's worth. Not only are the taxpayers not getting it, the young people are not getting their money's worth.
We need to do what's good for these students.
As candidate for mayor, Scoggins' platform includes improving public education.
And as we know,
he says it starts with expanding access to charter schools.
I'm in favor of competition because I think that our school system has gotten too big and too bloated, and it's falling on the weight of its own regulations.
Baltimore City has 31 public charter schools, by far the most of any school system in Maryland. Over the past 5 years, that number has remained relatively consistent. But Scoggins wants more charter schools. He also supports changing the curriculum to engage more students while getting local colleges and universities more involved in city schools. But he says most importantly as mayor, he would strengthen schools by strengthening homes.
You cannot improve the public school system without addressing the family. I'm going to be very frank when I say this, but the black community is in very perilous condition.
This 78-year-old married father of 2 and soon-to-be grandfather wants to see Baltimore prioritize the creation of programs that help families stay together, not break them apart, which he says happened in the past.
Since the 60s, we've incentivized the breakup of the family, so we need to incentivize the uniting of the families. We need to do that. We need to incentivize in some way. And I don't see how we're going to get out of this if we do not address the family.
Scoggins is one of 10 candidates running for mayor and the only Republican. So far, current Mayor Brandon Scott is the only candidate who has publicly supported Baltimore City Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises.
There needs to be some changes in leadership.
Other candidates, such as former Mayor Sheila Dixon, Yolanda Pooley, and Wendy Bozell, have already said they support replacing Dr. Santelises. Scoggins is now the latest candidate to join that group.
What is your position on Dr. Santelises?
I feel the same way the others do. I think she needs to find another source of employment because I don't see where she's that much of an advocate of the schools, of the children.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
In the back of the Wendy's, should be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York Road.
The dispatch that you heard right there, audio revealing coordination between the Baltimore Police Department's aviation unit and the officers on the ground to track down a juvenile for a suspected auto theft on Christmas Eve.
It's just the latest incident of the wave of children and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the details surrounding that arrest and the alarming trend that we're now seeing. Shannon.
Yeah, like you guys said, Megan and Tom, this is just the latest juvenile arrest in what's become a pattern of young people stealing cars across the city. Now, in this particular case, Baltimore police say they were able to recover that stolen vehicle and track down the 16-year-old suspect, who they say was charged accordingly.
That stolen car, you have any units near Ready Avenue where the Wendy's at off of York Road can check a tag on a Honda. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on green sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
You're listening to police dispatch just after 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, unfolding just south of the Baltimore County line along the York Road corridor. BPD's helicopter Foxtrot tracking the situation from the sky, appearing to be able to describe the teen suspect down to the logo on his shoes. And within just 6 minutes, dispatch reveals the car was reported stolen from North Baltimore more than a week ago. Police say they then towed the car after the driver parked it and tracked down that teen driver to Benningoss Road, where they took him into custody. Meanwhile, last month, Mayor Scott says teen auto thefts are up some 166% this year in the city. So we are certainly bracing to see if that pattern continues into the new year. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Coming from the Live Center this morning, live look over Washington, D.C. as we are tracking the next economic report set to be dropping this morning, including last week's unemployment claims. They should drop here in less than an hour at 8:30. And insight into America's housing market, that's coming up at 10 o'clock. All data so far pointing to the Fed's promised soft landing as they aim to lower inflation to get to that 2% target. Potential pitfalls, though, are rampant, including the possibility of interest rate cuts next year to trigger an inflation rebound. Taking a live look now over Seattle this morning, where the online retailer Zulily is based. This week, the company announcing its liquidation. After efforts to salvage the business failed to compete with Amazon, hundreds of employers are being laid off amid the company also says it is working to refund or cancel customer orders that cannot be fulfilled. Many economists predict an economic decline in the forecast for next year. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could lose her law license, topping our next half hour when a potential suspension could go into effect.
Temperatures are up into the 50s today, but it's the mild weather. Is that going to stay? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your weekend forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
7:41, this final Friday eve of 2023. I'm excited because Sunday it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I like those numbers. Here's a look at our live cam in downtown Baltimore. I'd love it if we see the sun, but that's just not the case right now. Lots of cloud cover that's out there. Overall, though, our temps are mild and it's not nearly as wet as we were yesterday. In fact, next couple of hours, run, jog, walk, we're looking at numbers in the lower 50s. And overall, today should top out in the mid to upper 50s under mostly cloudy skies with that patchy fog that is going to be hanging out at least for the next couple of hours. Sun will be up until 4:51. Hopefully we can see it a little bit later this afternoon. We'll talk more about that and your full New Year's Eve weekend forecast coming up.
Thanks, Justin. 5 guns found inside Baltimore schools in the span of 2 days.
Up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on that disturbing trend.
And frustration from 529 account holders after an internal error. In our next half hour, why they might have to pay taxes on recent payouts. It is 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Five illegal guns found in 2 days right inside Baltimore City Public Schools. Schools that are deemed drug and gun-free zones. Schools that do not allow school resource officers to carry their guns on school grounds. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Middle, elementary, and high schools in Baltimore City. Of the 5, 1 was by a staff member walking into KIPP Academy when they were later arrested, though. Many are speculating because of these 5 guns that were found in just 2 days, 3 of them on 1 student, that there are a lot more guns in city schools.
Of course there are. I mean, it just makes sense. If this is what you're finding, how many are out there? How many are in schools? This is so silly on so many levels. It's a gun-free zone. Why would people bring guns? Do you think people are going to carry little guns, care about your sign? Really? And the fact that we have kids with guns in school, no one seems to get upset, but you don't want the police to be armed in school who could protect the good kids who don't bring guns. That freaks us out. A uniformed police officer carrying a gun is a bad thing, but a teenager who has an illegal one, that we keep quiet.
Some police officers they've speculated that what they hear is that it's actually safer for those kids to keep their guns at school in a locker in a closed facility than to try and hide it or keep it stashed at their house.
Oh, well, then it's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they're not supposed to have them. It's like, they're not supposed to have them, period. Is anyone saying that? We should be taking these guns away from these kids. What are the parents doing? I mean, I certainly think I would know if my son had a gun in my house. Why don't they? And why are they carrying it to school? Why are they there? And why are the police not armed? There's so many questions that I have for this. And it's going on since I was police commissioner. They don't allow them to be armed. They drive with a pistol to and from work. When they get to the job that they're supposed to be on to perform, they make them lock their guns up. It's so stupid. I'm sorry to say that. I like to use a softer word, but it's just so stupid. And I wonder who makes these decisions.
We know just a few weeks ago that we had a 15-year-old go to a school to get in a fight, and his parents allegedly gave him the gun to go and pistol whip one student, ended up getting in a shootout for the other. You and I spoke about that.
Spoke about it. That's a whole nother level of stupid. I mean, the parents should be in prison for that, obviously, and I hope they are. It's just next level stuff.
So if this is what we're dealing with, metal detectors, obviously, that are not working. I mean, because there's a lot of metal detectors that are in schools and the students are supposed to walk through them every morning. Some of them say, well, a lot of those metal detectors not on, they don't work, or students just find other ways to get around the metal detectors, having someone pass them through windows later on once they're in the building.
Yeah, I don't know how they're getting them in, but it's just a fascinating. I find it kind of, just counterintuitive. I mean, they catch everything at airports for the most part. I just came back from Florida. There were 2 bags of coffee in my bag. They found that in the x-ray and then wiped them down for explosives. So you can do this. It doesn't take very long. I mean, if kids shouldn't be getting in with guns. This should be the safest place on earth when you send your kids off to school in the morning, and it's not. And it's the adults who run the system's fault.
Leave it right there. Ed Norris, thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
7:48. Time to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the weather. It's a little bit warmer, but when will we see the sun is the big question.
Aw.
Uh-oh.
Well, I grew up in Las Vegas, Nevada, so a lot of sun. And so when it's like this, big old SAD, seasonal affective disorder. Yeah, because I'm just like, come on, where's the sun? That's why I don't live in Portland or Seattle.
I grew up in Pittsburgh, so this is kind of relaxing to me. I'm used to this.
Well, to each their own, I guess.
Deep breaths, namaste.
Exactly. Good morning, everybody. Hey, our temperatures are kind of mild, so it's not cold. It's kind of, mild-ish when you step outside. Feels damp for sure. 52, your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Overall, our temperatures are going to stay in the above average category. And our HD radar, well, we're done with all the rain. That's all Boston's problem now. And up into the northeast corridors, that area of low pressure continues to track up the eastern seaboard from what we saw yesterday. We saw record-breaking rainfall, more than 1.62 inches of rain officially at the BWI cup or whatever the measuring stick is there. Low to mid 50s here over the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shinecast. That sun will be up until 4:51 this evening. Those daylight hours continue to expand as we're farther away from the winter solstice now. And mid to upper 50s here for your temperatures. These are your high temps over central Maryland. Most of us along the East Coast kind of on the milder side. You can see those numbers for Baltimore down through Charlotte in the upper 50s, but the colder air is just to our west. Chicago and Detroit in the 40s today. Minneapolis 37, 34 in Omaha if you're traveling to Denver. 45. They've had some rough weather in the Central Plains with all of that winter weather as a lot of folks are traveling over the holidays. Meanwhile, for us, the next 5 days, those numbers are actually coming down a bit. But notice the average of 45. So we're still hanging in those lower 50s into early next week, which takes us into 2024. Here's a look at that future scan. We should see some improvement, hoping to get some of those clouds to move out of here as we head into your Thursday afternoon and evening. Friday, for the most part, is going to be dry. We also are expecting a little bit more sunshine but late Friday afternoon into the evening, a few showers develop. The snow showers will develop in the western mountains, especially Friday night and into Saturday and Sunday. Look at all that blue right there. So they've got some winter weather to get through the end of the year for western Maryland. If you want snow, that's where you got to go. But Sunday afternoon, which of course is the big game, and New Year's Eve, looking nice and dry. Shout out to Dean and Tiffany, Milo and Minnie. Those are the two doggies right there, and they are looking good for Christmas in their Christmas sweaters and everything, as we're now in the 4th day of Christmas and 3rd day of Kwanzaa. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast, keeping our temperatures in the 50s as we take you into the Ravens game on Sunday. No issues for Sunday night's festivities if you're out the Inner Harbor for the drones and the fireworks they've got planned there. And then Monday, New Year's Day, will be a little bit cloudy, but temps right about 50 degrees. Notice those 40s return into Tuesday and Wednesday next week.
All right, a lot of traffic issues out there, especially 695's inner loop right near Liberty Road. But we need to talk about a global superstar can't seem to shake off one title. Why Taylor Swift is this year's top CO2 polluter again.
Interesting. And it is the end of the year, but you might still have some financial considerations before the ball drops. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can start budgeting for the new year.
With this gloomy, just overcast day, it looks like it's going to continue there. You may want to go for iced version because it's going to be warm.
I agree. Let's start this Thursday off with a bang. Coffee break time.
Taylor Swift has another title. According to the Daily Mail, she's the biggest celebrity CO2 polluter of the world. I'll say it, polluter of the world.
This will be her 2nd year in a row getting that title. Swift reportedly produced 138 tons of carbon emissions during flights on her 2 private jets this year. She would have to plant nearly 2,300 trees to offset the environmental damage. The pop star's team has responded, saying she purchased more than double the amount of carbon credits necessary to offset her travel. I believe that. Well, Taylor's pollution isn't stopping Swifties from showing their love for her.
One fan combined his love of cooking with the love for the global superstar by creating pasta that resembles her 10 award-nominated albums.
What?
37-year-old Danny Freeman
Stop it.
says he's a big fan of Swift, but didn't make it to a stop on her recent Eras tour. Recreating her album covers as ravioli was the next best thing, he says.
Of course.
Freeman says that he spent 8 hours on the project over several weeks. Oh, the pasta Taylor abilities. His latest video has more than 6 million views of him creating these.
And with the Pickleball House in White Marsh, don't try this at home, but try it at the Pickle House. Coming up, I'll learn the fine points on how to play this super popular game.
The Maryland Bar Council wants to suspend Marilyn Mosby from practicing law. Coming up, I'll have more on their petition and what's next for the former city state's attorney.
Coming up, West Baltimore in mourning as families and community members participate in a prayer walk, remembering those who were killed in the city this year. Stay tuned for their thoughts over Baltimore's current situation and the hopes for the city heading into the new year.
And former state's attorney Marilyn Mosby facing possibly a suspended law license. In the next few minutes, we have more on her second case and the action the Bar Association is considering.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good Thursday morning. 12/28/23 is what we're looking at today, and a little bit of weather. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here, kind of painting the picture of what we're going to see today.
Yeah, lots of cloud cover out there this morning. All that rain that we saw yesterday, especially last night and in the overnight hours where that rain was really coming down at a good clip. Overall, our Towson camera, not as foggy as yesterday, but there are definitely those low clouds hanging around. That's making it not fun for pilots. Got to do a lot of ground school here today or do some simulator training for sure. 39 your temperature in Oakland, 47 in Cumberland, lower 50s in Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore City. So our temperatures have remained mild this morning. Clouds are going to be hanging around with a mild afternoon ahead, and we do stay mainly dry into 2024. So over the next couple of hours, those numbers kind of hanging in the low to mid 50s. With the clouds around today, mid to upper 50s aren't really going to feel like that. It will kind of feel cooler with the fact that we won't see much sunshine. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, getting reports of multiple issues here. The one that we're looking at right here is the inner loop right near Lockhearn. 3 vehicles involved there, and that's causing some backups all the way pretty much down to where you get to National BW Parkway. So that's some backups on the 80. On the inner loop right there. Then 83 southbound right at, we also have another one that is right at Northern Parkway. There's a one vehicle involved there that's northbound, causing some delays there. 70 also, we're seeing some westbound. We have in Howard County another vehicle blocked there on the roads here, causing some slowdowns. And so there's some issues that are out there. Not exactly sure why the cameras aren't working in those areas to show you a little bit more, but you can see the backup.
Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on what the Maryland Bar Council is calling for. Shannon?
Well, they filed a petition, Tom and Megan, and in it they are calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to that perjury conviction last month that she received. And that's something that the Maryland Bar Council calls a very serious crime. Now, this could be just the beginning, potentially, of the fallout and other disciplinary action that Mosby may face. In fact, you'll remember this filing comes just 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. Next month, she'll once again stand trial, this time on 2 false mortgage application charges. Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge is not associated with this case, but he's weighing in on what Mosby's defense may be in this case.
It's incredibly obvious that Marilyn Mosby is going to essentially use Nick Mosby as the patsy in this mortgage fraud case. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? For Marilyn Mosby, she's the chief prosecutor of Baltimore City. She is responsible for prosecuting white-collar crime, financial crimes at the state level and within Baltimore City. So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for her.
So the outcome of this upcoming trial directly plays into this because the Maryland Bar Council is calling for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of this second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for an even stronger punishment. Now, if the Supreme Court of Maryland does decide to suspend Marilyn Mosby's law license, then she'll have up to 15 days to issue a written appeal before it takes effect. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Fox 45 News has been following the controversy surrounding Marilyn Mosby for years. She first made national headlines months after she took office. That was back in 2015 when she indicted 6 Baltimore City police officers in the death of Freddie Gray. While some praised her decision, others criticized the indictments, calling them a reckless rush to judgment. Another controversy involved her frequent out-of-town travel. Though she maintained that she did nothing wrong, she asked City Inspector General Isabel Cumming to investigate. The IG found that Mosby spent 85 days out of office in 2018 through 2019 and did not get approval for 15 trips.
1 month after that finding, in March of 2021, Mosby stopped enforcing what she calls low-level crimes, including drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, and other offenses. And as we have seen, a number of questionable plea deals are coming from Mosby's office, including this one here, the case of a convicted arsonist, Luther Trent, set his girlfriend's apartment on fire knowing she was in there. He was released after serving a plea deal with just less than 6 months in jail. Federal authorities later sentenced him to 12 years in prison. Mosby was voted out of office over a year ago. Fox 45 News will continue following this story as it develops. You can find all of our past coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
In total, 258 people have been killed in Baltimore City this year. Although Baltimore is set to fall below 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years, some say there is still work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those lives lost this year. Last night, city residents and city leaders gathering for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley took part in that walk, and he acknowledged that although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. It's a nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
Well, of the 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence.
8:07, and from the Live Center this morning, we're taking you live to the southern border here, where leaders in U.S. and Mexico work to address the surge in migration as a large migrant caravan is making its way to the southern border. Taking a live look from one of the bridges, the Stanton Bridge in El Paso. Every once in a while, you'll see a vehicle coming by, but no vehicles coming this direction. Last check, the group that was traveling in southern Mexico is still walking northbound. And the confirmed number out this morning shows this could be the busiest month ever for illegal crossings. Border Patrol has encountered more than 250,000 migrants so far, with 3 days left to go in this month. All of that led U.S. officials to Mexico Wednesday for talks with Mexico's leaders, including President Obrador, on how to get the handle on the influx of migrants. Now, those talks included U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The delegation pushing for Mexico to do more to limit the surge of migrants moving through Mexico to get to the U.S., including incentives such as visas for migrants to remain in Mexico and avoid migrating irregularly. Right now, there's 11,000 migrants waiting at the Mexico border to cross legally into the U.S. Now, in the first 11 months of 2023 alone, Mexico says it detected at least 680,000 migrants moving through its country, but those numbers are extremely low, according to U.S. officials. Mexico's president says they are willing to do more to help the U.S. try and stop them in exchange, though, for Washington's help with Mexico's own laundry list of priorities. That includes getting the U.S. to send more aid to migrant home countries, Washington's help with reopening talks with Mexico and Cuba, and to reduce or eliminate sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela. But Mexico's top priorities appears to be getting Washington to reopen border crossings, like some of these bridges that were along in El Paso, across the southern border. They had shut them down. The U.S. did, to try and cut the number of migrants coming in and to use the people that normally work these bridges to help with all the illegal crosses away from the bridges. That's the latest from our Live Center. Still to come, confusion is a supposedly tax-free repayment of Maryland College Savings Plan still draws federal taxes. A full analysis on the issue and how some are responding to it.
Plus, a car theft on Christmas Eve, the latest in a worrying trend of youth car thefts, and the full helicopter chase that led to the arrest. That is coming up in the second half of the hour. It's 8:09. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:12 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast, and more of those clouds are hanging around as we look out over the Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam, starting to try to get a little bit of the breaks in the clouds as we look out to the east. I'm doing the best that I can, trying to be as optimistic. The sun is up, that's good, and our temperatures overall are still kind of mild. A lot of us are hanging out in the lower 50s for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Annapolis, 51 Bel Air, 50 currently in Westminster and Carroll County. So low to mid 50s if you're out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Overall, those temps staying mild. And really, you won't get wet today. Just have to deal with some of those wet trails and roads. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that coming up. And we'll talk about some drier conditions for the new year in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Coming up, the Defense Department prepares to send out the final Ukraine weapons package. What's in it and why a renewed deal is stalling in Congress? That's straight ahead. And we are looking into Maryland's college savings plan, how the tax-free repayments still face federal taxes and the concerns residents are raising. 8:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
The crux of the plan was that it was a tax-free plan. I mean, if that's their intent, that would be pretty terrible.
Yeah, nickel and dime for being fiscally responsible and using a state-run program to save for college. Maryland 529 participants still getting hit with financial controversy after state leaders admittedly made mistakes. Now the feds want their share. Joining us now, Chairman and CEO of Sage Policy Group, Chief Economist Anabar Basu. Dr. Basu, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you.
These are some of the quotes that we've heard from some of these families. A savings cut due to a calculation error, delays in college payments for months, lawsuits, now certain offers to some of the 529 participants to ease the miscalculation, meaning a whole lot more paperwork, and now they're facing federal taxes on tax-free money they were promised originally.
Yeah, there's some real accounting issues there. That former Maryland 529 board has been let go. The 529 plan is now under the auspices of the Treasurer's office, Derek Davis's office. But there's still issues out there because money disappeared from people's accounts, is not being put back into people's accounts, but that is triggering federal government taxation. And as you rightly pointed out, these are fiscally responsible people saving for their children's higher education. They did this in a tax-free way, they thought, and now they're going to owe some federal taxes probably. And so it may not be an enormous amount of money, but sometimes it is a meaningful amount of money. And other times, of course, or always, it's a principle that matters, right? And so they don't feel that they've been fairly treated.
Yeah, that principle, Dr. Basu, if this is a program that uses investments and it uses more money coming in, if you start looking at Maryland's 529 as a young parent, are you going to invest now? And what happens if they don't get enough investors, future investors?
Let's be clear about this. So there are two accounts here. There's the prepaid trust. That's where all the problems have been. Okay. And that account is no longer accepting money. There's also a college investment fund managed by T. Rowe Price. There are no issues there. Okay. And indeed, if you look across the states, Maryland's 529 plan from an asset allocation perspective has been one of the top performers. You know, T. Rowe Price is an agglomeration of top-notch investment professionals, and they happen to be based here in Baltimore. And so if you're going to invest in 529, I would do it without hesitation. I understand that's a little solace or consolation to these families who had invested in the prepaid trust and been treated very badly. And there have been some meaningful accounting errors. But this other college investment plan or program operated by T. Rowe Price, like a 401k, actually has been a solid performer.
Well, that's great news to hear, and thank you very much for clarifying that. So the future here, Maryland 529, it looks like then go ahead with it because T. Rowe has it.
I think that's right. Yeah. Again, it may be a small consolation to these parents who have suffered and are continuing to suffer with all this paperwork and the possibility of taxation. However, there's another part of this program that has been a top performer, no issues as far as I have heard, and has, you know, in terms of asset allocation, has been really, you know, a quite strong performer relative to the other states.
With the SAGE Policy Group and with the CEO there, Dr. Basu, thank you so much for giving us a couple minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Anytime, thanks.
Thank you. Well, now we want to get over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at our Weather Authority forecast. And really, going into the new year, will we be going in as warm as it is today?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see about that, Tom. And by the way, I like your little post on the old Facebook about our blobs.
Yeah, our blobs.
The candy blobs, yeah.
People agree with you. They still say they are blobs, but they all eat them. And I'm like,
we ate them all. They're completely gone. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's National Chocolate Candy Day, by the way. We did have some Reese's Santa shapes and Christmas shapes that were not quite shaped right, but it doesn't matter. Either way, follow Tom and myself on Facebook. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And yeah, it's a good day to sit around and eat some chocolate. Why not? It's still the holidays, right? We don't have to start working out till like next Tuesday. Is that right? Our Towson Cam, we've got some cloud cover that continues this morning. Our temperatures continue to be in the 50s here. We really were hanging out in the mid 50s most of the day yesterday, even last night with that rain that rolled through. But that rain is all done, and now moving up to the northeast corridor as that area of low pressure continues to slide up the east coast. Still, what's left over is the cloud cover, and we're going to see that now possibly by about 10, 11 o'clock this morning. We may get some breaks in the cloud. This is the latest hourly future scan, and even in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, I mean, it's going to be real hit and miss to see pockets of sunshine here and there. By the time we finally get to about 5, 6 o'clock this evening, that's when we start to see some clearing and also some brighter conditions potentially. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, there he is, ready for the new year and all of those great things that are coming. 53 next hour on your Bird is the Wordcast. Mid to upper 50s for today. With the clouds hanging around, even though our temps are mild, won't really feel mild. We'll still have that kind of damp feeling out there. 45 is where we typically are for late December, but we're not going to be anywhere near there across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 50s. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those mid 50s as well for Bel Air and Aberdeen up in the northeast, and Elkton at 54 for your high today. Those numbers are going to start coming down. That's the trend here on our temperature tracker. They're still going to be above average. No, red line right there in the mid 40s. We're going to be above those numbers all the way through the weekend and even into next week when those temperatures drop into the 40s for highs, but should be great weather for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock at the Bank as the Dolphins are in town. Tailgating, no issues, and upper 40s and lower 50s through most of the game, staying dry. And then Sunday night, if you're celebrating New Year's Eve in the Inner Harbor and all the fireworks shows and festivities going on, also good to go with temperatures that'll be chilly, but we're dry. Notice next week, we also stay dry, but temperatures will drop back to the upper 40s. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we're still following an incident in Lochern here. This is a lot better. It's in the green. They had 3 vehicles involved in an accident that was causing some major backup on the inner loop. And now it looks like it's wide open. Traffic's moving along smoothly. In fact, we want to take a live look now from our Lynn Solar mobile track, cruising around the area of Towson, heading east towards Parkville. And no wipers on, as Justin was talking about. But still, you can see that haze, that fog, that, I don't know, low cloud coverage that is greeting you this morning. So just grab an extra cup of coffee and you'll head out the door for your commute. Still to come, restaurant owners in Washington, D.C. leaving the city at the end of the hour. We're looking into the soaring rent prices and, as you see in this video, high crime levels, which could be driving them away from their businesses.
And with the Pickle House this morning, learning how to play pickleball. They've only been open for a week, but everybody's having a great time. We'll tell you about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.826, and it is the fastest growing sport in America. No matter what age, it seems everyone is giving pickleball a try. Down at the new pickleball house in Middle River, Mark Clark is getting ready for his first lesson. Mark, we just saw you. Looks like you're doing really well. Have you played much pickleball in your life?
just when we do the hits from the pickleball places. And so I have Tom, I have the pickle king, ladies and gentlemen. Scott is the man responsible for, the programs and a lot of the instructions. So Scott, tell us about programs.
We have adult programs, we have open play. We're going to start the kids pickleball zone in January for any kid that wants to come and play. We have a tournament February 2nd through the 4th, the Century Challenge. Total age of the team has to be 100, 120, or 140. 100, 120, 140? Yes.
Okay, all right, well, let's hit a few, Scott.
Here we go.
So what you guys have been open for a week. What have you been surprised by?
Say that one more time.
What have you been surprised by since you've opened up?
The amount of people that really want to play indoors.
Is it still growing?
We are. We've been open a week and a half, and our membership grows every day. We have special events coming up with an 80s night using our fabulous sound system. So hopefully you can come, bring your group, and have some fun on a Friday or Saturday night.
I got to get Tom out here. I got to get Megan out here.
There you go. Too good.
So guys, as you can see,
nice backhand.
As you can see, it's a lot of fun. It kind of was bad, but it's a lot of fun, man. I tell you what, it's a lot of fun. And I got my new Christmas sweatsuit on, by the way, from the wife, also, Tom. So that's the most important part.
That's a good husband right there. The most important part. You look great, Mark, and it looks like it's a lot of fun. Next time we chat with you, we'll find out a little bit more about the kitchen and when you can go in and can go out of the kitchen in a pickleball court. Sounds good. If you'd like some more information about how you can play pickleball right there with Mark Clark inside, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Still to come, we continue to dry out after yesterday's rain, but when will the clouds move out of here and see some sun? After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers has your Weather Authority forecast, including a sneak peek at your New Year's weekend. And there's duck drops. Do you need an umbrella for a duck drop?
A teenager suspected of auto theft is now being tracked down from the sky. Coming up, I'll tell you about that Christmas Eve incident and why it's part of a growing problem. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of different things will be dropping on polls coming up this weekend. That's what we do here in America. We drop things down polls slowly.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at our New Year's Eve forecast.
Especially in Las Vegas, that happens a lot because they've got the big fireworks celebration for New Year's Eve. And I know in Nashville, the note drops there. And in Key West, I think they have like a slipper or something.
I will tell you, in Oriental, North Carolina, don't be confused by the mullet drop. It is not hair dropping. It's a fish that drops down a pole.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed by that.
Get a live shot of that on New Year's Eve. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here. We've got a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now from our Towson cam. Mile 1 Auto Group cam, overcast conditions continue at this time. Going to stay cloudy for most of the day today. We're in the 30s in Western Maryland. Most of us are in the lower 50s. Westminster, Bel Air, Chestertown, Baltimore, all in the lower 50s. 49 in Laurel, 52 currently in Annapolis. So overall, our numbers are going to add about 5 or 6 degrees to where we are from right now and get to those mid to upper 50s for our highs today. But again, it's going to stay mainly cloudy. So that's what we're looking at with those temperatures. Upper 50s today, lower 50s into Friday and Saturday. Overall, our numbers stay above average as we wrap up 2023. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
In the back of the Wendy's, should be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York Road.
That dispatch audio there revealing coordination between the Baltimore Police Department's aviation unit there and also the officers on the ground to track down a juvenile for a suspected auto theft on Christmas Eve.
It is just the latest incident of a wave of children and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the details surrounding that arrest and the alarming trend we're now seeing. Shannon.
Yeah, like you guys said, Megan and Tom, this is just the latest juvenile arrest in what's become a pattern, seemingly, of young people stealing cars across the city. Now, in this particular case, Baltimore police do say that they were able to recover that stolen vehicle, and they were also able to track down the 16-year-old suspect, who they say was charged accordingly.
That's our car. You have any units near Ruddy Avenue where the Wendy's at off of York Road can check a tag on a Honda. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on green sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
You're listening to police dispatch just after 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, unfolding just south of the Baltimore County line along the York Road corridor. BPD's helicopter Foxtrot tracking the situation from the sky, appearing to be able to describe the teen suspect down to the logo on his shoes. And within just 6 minutes, dispatch reveals the car was reported stolen from North Baltimore more than a week ago. Police say they then towed the car after the driver parked it, and they tracked down that teen driver to Benningoss Road, where they took him into custody. Meanwhile, last month, we heard from the mayor about the teen or juvenile auto thefts, which he says are up 166% so far this year. So we're certainly bracing to see if that pattern just continues into the new year. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Juvenile crime became a main focus at last week's Fox 45 News Public Safety Town Hall. We heard from the family of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the two who were killed in the Brooklyn Date mass shooting. They're asking why one of the 18-year-old suspect in that case, Tristan Jackson, could be sent to a juvenile facility despite his age and the severity of his alleged crimes.
I just don't understand why we're not stressing the importance of the biggest shooting in Baltimore history, and we're not making an example of the situation.
Jackson was on home monitoring at the time of the shooting. A DJS spokesperson says the department cannot comment on Jackson's case because of the confidentiality laws, and the department does not turn suspects away from detention.
At a separate public safety town hall 2 days earlier, the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi sat in the hot seat. He got into a heated back and forth with an assistant state's attorney who says DJS is not being fully transparent about its data, showing how it tracks the children in its custody.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because And this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
Well, Schiraldi is also facing pushback on some of his views about the prison system. He says people shouldn't be taken to adult prisons until the age of 25, since scientists say their brains aren't fully developed. While Governor Wes Moore has called Schiraldi a reformer, Fox 45 News has heard from others who say it is time for a change.
When it comes to hearing from DJS specifically, what do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
The real person I'm concerned about is my cousin Vinny. He's arrogant and he's ignorant. If he had a clue, he would know what the old folks know: a burnt child dreads fire. These kids need consequences.
On a Harvard University panel, Schiraldi said parole and probation should be eliminated, arguing the systems don't deter people from crime and do not rehabilitate offenders. Last week, we asked if you think Governor Moore needs to replace DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. 96% of people who voted said yes.
If you feel your juvenile crime concerns are not being heard, take a moment to look at your screen, because you can reach out to your lawmakers. House Speaker Adrian Jones, Senate President Bill Ferguson, two of the most powerful voices in Annapolis. Their phone numbers and email addresses are right there on your screen. Developing news. Crime and soaring rent prices are pushing some D.C. restaurants out of the city. Christian Flores with our sister station, our Sinclair sister station out of Washington, D.C., has the responses from business owners who are debating abandoning their livelihoods.
7 News on your side has extensively reported on how crime has pushed a lot of businesses out of D.C., especially here on the 8th Street corridor. The most recent victim of the crime here on the 8th Street corridor, they still have shards of the glass that the burglar broke through yesterday in the early morning hours. However, a survey also points to rising costs with the rising minimum wage for tipped workers.
It took him 2 minutes to break the glass, come inside, get the cash drawer, and then walk out.
Evelyn Bastian sat in awe when she saw the surveillance video of her restaurant, Fresca Taqueria, being broken into. The burglar stole around $500 in cash and left her family to literally pick up the pieces.
We're a family restaurant, so my mom, my dad, and I, we keep talking, like, hey, are we okay here? Are we not okay? Should we leave? Should we stay?
They're not alone in having this discussion.
They just went through and sort of cleaned us out.
Adam Kolinsky was the owner of the Pursuit Wine Bar and Kitchen before closing earlier this month after being burglarized 5 times over a 5-month span. Just a few blocks away, Bryan Oyster and Seafood House announced they were closing because of the violent crime.
We're not asking for a lot. We just want to be safe.
This year, 52 restaurants in D.C. closed their doors, an average of 1 a week. A survey by the Restaurant Association Metropolitan Washington points to higher costs, with Initiative 82 in effect for a year now, which increased minimum wage for tipped workers.
This is an industry built on the backs of labor. You need to treat labor right. You can't raise prices enough to justify this change.
The survey revealed 75% of restaurants have seen declining profits, and 52% of D.C. customers are eating at home more because of increased prices. But not everyone believes you can blame these struggles on the increased pay for workers.
That hasn't affected us as much.
Bastian says the rise in costs elsewhere have hurt more.
It doesn't help that, rent goes up, a lot of the expenses for the food that we prepare goes up as well.
On the 8th Street corridor, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Coming up, an update on the U.S. ban on Apple Watches after a patent dispute with a medical equipment company. Stick around for the new ruling reached by the appeals court and what it means for Apple.
And we are looking at a warmer than average December day with temperatures in the 50s at the end of the hour. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at your weekend forecast. It is 8:40. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Time right now is 8:43 on this Friday Eve, our final Friday Eve and final Thursday of the year. And looking out over the Inner Harbor, it's more of the same. A lot of cloud cover out there, trying to get the sun to break through as we get later into the afternoon. Overall, out for a run or a jog next few hours, low to mid 50s and mild conditions, definitely drier than what we saw yesterday with all of that rain. We should top out in the upper 50s today, back to the mid 40s tonight, and a little cooler tomorrow with temps getting to the lower 50s, but still above average. We'll break down what we can expect for New Year's Eve weekend coming up.
Justin, still ahead, a new study shows just how much money social media companies make from advertising to kids, the surprisingly large money, and the concerns being raised by parents and lawmakers. That's coming up before the end of the hour. And will you get paid to do job interviews in 2024? Stick around for a look at some workplace trends that may be coming in the new year. Interesting. It's 8:44. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing news, we are closing out 2023 with a look ahead at some workplace trends for 2024. The National Desk's Angela Brown has all the predictions for the new year.
It's that time of year again. LinkedIn comes out with their workplace predictions for 2024, something they call big ideas for 2024, including paying job seekers to come in for an interview and remote work, of course. If you've ever looked for a job, LinkedIn may be your go-to website. And just in time for the new year, LinkedIn is releasing its big ideas list for 2024. We could see more companies paying job applicants to come in for an interview, and also the rise of backdoor remote jobs.
Backdoor remote jobs are and which is companies saying, we like you. I know we told you this was an on-site job, but you're so good and you don't have to relocate if you don't want to, and we're going to make this a remote job.
One trend that may pick up again after slowing, employees quitting. A recent Go Banking Rate survey of over 1,000 adults found that over 57% of people say they are planning a major job change next year. Career specialist Julie Bakke says workers want more.
There are more people who are disengaged at work than not. What's different about now is that we have people are willing to do something about it instead of settling for it. That's the difference.
Many Americans are hoping one trend will end, working 2 jobs. In October, the Labor Department reported that nearly 8.4 million people had more than one job in October, the highest since July of 2019. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Angela, thank you. Apple receives the green light to sell the latest models of its Apple Watch, and that includes its Series 9 watch and the Ultra 2, which are both currently subject to a patent dispute. The U.S. International Trade Commission last week banned Apple from selling the devices after finding the company at fault for violating patents belonging to medical device maker Masimo. But the appeals court temporarily stayed that ruling, allowing Apple to continue selling its watches while the proposed changes to the device faces review. It is 8:49, a cloudy day here on this Friday Eve. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been giving us a little glimpse of what we could expect.
Yeah, and we're going to see temperatures that will stay on the mild side today with numbers mainly in the 50s, so in the above average category. A little bit of a light breeze right now as we're zoomed into the top of one of the buildings in downtown, that wind whipping through some of those flags out there. Overall, the rain is done. We had a decent amount of rain, in fact, a record amount of rain yesterday for December 27th. 1.62 inches officially at the BWI reading there. Overall, our area of low pressure, well, that's tracking a little bit farther to the north, but what's left behind is all of that moisture, abundant moisture at the surface and up through the middle levels of the atmosphere, which is why we've got those clouds hanging around. Now, we do expect to see at least a few breaks in the clouds as we take you through the middle of the day, but overall, we stay mostly cloudy through the afternoon. Not looking until about 3-4 o'clock until we finally will see those clouds break up a bit and possibly seeing that sun poke through. I just stepped outside myself a moment ago. It's definitely trying to break on through to the other side, but just not having a lot of success. Now, if you want to get out there and play some golf today, well, not going to rain. It's just going to be a little squishy on those greens and fairways, and I'd say it's lift, clean, in place today. I don't think there's any reason. I always play that way. Low to mid and upper 50s here. You can see on your forecast as golfers get out there today. Temperatures will be in the above average category. 45, that's where we typically are for late December, but nowhere near those numbers. Most of us from the eastern shore across the bay into the upper Chesapeake in those mid to upper 50s. Temperatures across the country colder to the west, and especially in the Great Lakes region, 30s and 40s there. More December-like for Minneapolis, Chicago, and Detroit. Nashville cold at 44, while we're pretty mild up and down the East Coast for Baltimore all the way down through Charlotte and up into New York and Philly as well. Obviously looking forward to that big game on Sunday afternoon as the Ravens are back. The next 2 games will be at home and more than likely hosting a home playoff game, maybe even after a bye. So temperatures will be in the lower 50s. Should be a great day for tailgating. Dry conditions. Overall, not too bad for late December. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we see some drier conditions trying to work in later today. We are going to pick up some snow showers here for tomorrow, especially late on Friday into Saturday. Snow showers will be in the mountain areas. That upslope snow shower activity will be taking place. So winter weather there in western Maryland, while the rest of us stay mainly dry. Shout out to Sarah in Chesapeake City. Look at sweet onyx right there. And apparently this is called a scratch box that cats have. So that is onyx hanging out in the scratch box. Thank you, Sarah from Chesapeake City. I appreciate you sending me those great holiday pet pics, and always love putting your pet pics on too. JCChambers at foxbaltimore.com. So you can see our next 7 days, our temperature staying in the above average category, even kicking off the new year on Monday with a high of about 50 and dry. And then we're a little cooler. Tuesday and Wednesday next week, you'll see those 40s start to creep back in.
Not bad at all. Justin, thank you. Also not bad, our Len Stoler traffic network showing conditions really nice. This is some live looks around the Beltway. I was just looking at the map there, and we are looking clear elsewhere too. So pretty good news as you get up and head out this morning. We'll take a look at this. 2 airport llamas are bringing holiday cheer to stressed out travelers. Flyers going through Portland's International Airport are getting the chance to meet Benny and Prince this month. The 2 are therapy llamas from the nonprofit Mountain Peaks Therapy Llamas and Alpacas. Travelers hugged, kissed, and took pictures with the animals. And airport officials say they brought, quote, instant joy to flyers who were tired from the busy travel season. The pair of llamas quickly became a crowd favorite, and some people took to TikTok to say that they would even miss their connecting flight to spend more time with these llamas. Wow. Well, coming up, social media companies are making billions by advertising to children. The data revealed by a new study and the concerns being raised regarding how it affects their mental health. And new owners for the Dallas Mavericks. We're going to tell you all about the sale and who's taking over the franchise. That's coming up after the break.
But first, it's time for a coffee break.
Topping your morning business report, a new study finds some of the biggest social media companies earned billions of dollars in ad revenue from minors. The study from the Harvard School of Public Health says that users under the age of 18 accounted for $11 billion in combined ad revenue on social media apps last year. Researchers looked at the number of minors on popular platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and surveys to come up with this figure. Researchers say the results show a need for government regulation on social media sites that profit off of ads tailored toward young users. Researchers also say that more regulation and more transparency could help improve young and youth mental health. Well, it is official. The Dallas Mavericks will soon have some new owners. Billionaire Mark Cuban has sold his majority stake in the NBA team to Dr. Miriam Adelson and her family. Adelson is the largest shareholder of the Las Vegas Sands casino empire, and her son-in-law, Patrick Dumont, will serve as the Mavericks governor. According to reports, Cuban will maintain partial ownership of the Mavericks franchise and remain in control of basketball operations. That deal is expected to close by the end of this week. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I am so excited to tell you about this product. I love it after wearing high heels all day or a heavy workout at the gym. Foottopia. This combines pushing, kneading, shiatsu, pressing, rubbing techniques that feel so good. It also has heat therapy that helps to loosen your muscles, and it also feels cozy as we get into these colder months of the year. And it can also be used on your calves as well, which is great because I get cramps in my calves. I also love it's light and it's portable. You just simply plug it in and you're good to go anywhere, vacation, the office. It's also great for everybody. It's a great gift, whether you're an athlete or you're having a physically demanding day at work, or you just want to, like me, relax after a stressful day and just sit in front of the TV. I like that it's really good for anybody. It's good for young people. It's good for older people. And also, I have cold feet, so this warms my feet and massages my feet at the same time, which is actually something I've never found in a product like this. And right now, we're offering 33% off. Get that. That's a big deal on Foottopia. All you have to do is head to asadeals.com for this amazing, look at this, relaxing, exclusive offer.
Marilyn Mosby's trial less than a month away. What is the likelihood that ruling could take her away her ability to practice law? Shannon Lilly's going to have that story straight ahead.
Baltimore residents gathering in the rain last night to honor those who were killed in the city. More on that coming up.
And our temperatures mild today, but a lot of cloud cover that we've got to deal with. Is there any more rain in our forecast? Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Straight up 9 o'clock on this Thursday morning, December 28th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we've been talking about a cloudy start, but warm.
Yes, definitely in the 50s. And will it stay that way? Or do you need to grab your umbrella? Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast.
Yeah, 54 was where we ended up yesterday, most of the afternoon through midnight, and it's only 53 right now. So numbers really haven't changed too much this morning at all. And those mild temperatures will continue. A little bit of a light breeze as we're zoomed in to the flags right there, but you can see all of that cloud cover out there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Statewide 30s in Western Maryland, most of us in the 40s and 50s are Hagerstown and Frederick over to Westminster at 52, 53 in Baltimore City, 51 in Bel Air at this hour. So those clouds hanging around today, mild afternoon ahead, and we do stay mainly dry into the new year. Our out and about cast keeping those numbers mainly in the 50s for the next couple of hours, really not changing too much. Hopefully we'll get some breaks of sun as we get later into the day through some of that cloud cover. We'll talk more about that and what we can expect for New Year's Eve, the big Ravens game forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could be suspended from practicing law as she awaits a second federal trial in less than a month.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly joining us this morning with more on what the Maryland Bar Council is calling for.
Well, they filed a petition, and in it they are calling for the immediate suspension of Marilyn Mosby's law license due to her perjury conviction last month. It's something that the Maryland Bar Council is calling a serious crime, and this is just possibly the beginning of the potential fallout and disciplinary action that Mosby may face. In fact, you'll remember that this filing comes 6 weeks after the guilty verdict in Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial, which leaves her facing up to 5 years in prison on each of 2 counts. Next month, she'll once again stand trial, this time on 2 false mortgage application charges. Defense attorney Jeremy Eldridge is not associated with this case, but weighs in on what Mosby's defense may be.
It's incredibly obvious that Marilyn Mosby is going to essentially use Nick Mosby as the patsy in this mortgage fraud case. The issue is, if you are going to utilize this innocent spouse defense, part of it looks at what do you do for a living? How complicated are you as a person? For Marilyn Mosby, she's the chief prosecutor of Baltimore City. She is responsible for prosecuting white-collar crime, financial crimes, at the state level and within Baltimore City. So the idea that she's not complex or complicated or lacks finesse to understand her tax filings and just signs pieces of paper under perjury without reviewing them, it really is going to be a difficult argument for her.
So the outcome of this upcoming trial directly plays into this because the Maryland Bar Council is calling for Mosby's law license to be suspended until the end of this second trial, at which time the Bar Council may ask for an even stronger punishment. Now, if the Supreme Court does decide to suspend Marilyn Mosby's law license, she will have up to 15 days to file a written appeal before this will take effect. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Fox 45 News has been following the controversy surrounding Marilyn Mosby for years. She first made national headlines months after she took office in 2015 when she indicted 6 Baltimore City police officers in the death of Freddie Gray. While some praised her decision, there were others that criticized the indictments, calling them a reckless rush to judgment. Now, another controversy involved her frequent out-of-town travel. Though she maintained that she did nothing wrong, she did ask City Inspector General Isabel Cumming to investigate. The IG found that Mosby spent 85 days out of office in 2018 through 2019 and did not get approval for 15 trips.
1 month after that finding, in March of 2021, Mosby stopped enforcing what she calls low-level crimes, including drug possession, prostitution, trespassing, and some other offenses. And we have seen a number of questionable plea deals coming from Mosby's office, including the case of convicted arsonist Luther Trent, who set his girlfriend's apartment on fire while he knew she was in there. He was released on a plea deal after serving less than 6 months in jail. Federal authorities later sentenced him to 12 years in prison. Mosby was voted out of office over a year ago. Fox 45 News will continue following this story as it develops. You can find all of our past coverage on Marilyn Mosby online at foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage of the juvenile crime crisis, high school students from Baltimore and Silver Spring are being charged with multiple robberies in Ellicott City last month. Howard County police say they arrested 2 girls, ages 14 and 15, in connection to a pair of armed robberies. 3 days later, police say 2 teenage boys threatened a woman with a gun while she was unloading her car. Well, young people are regularly seen as both suspects and victims in Baltimore. This year alone, 94 juveniles have been shot in the city. That's a 30% jump from this time last year.
In total, 258 people have been killed in Baltimore City this year. Although Baltimore is set to fall below 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years, some say there is still much work to be done.
You know, I think it's great the numbers going down. It's a positive thing, obviously, because lives are not being lost. But when you're talking to a loved one whose child has been murdered, it doesn't make much difference to them, I don't think.
A West Baltimore community is paying tribute to those lives lost this year. Last night, city residents and city leaders gathered for a prayer walk. Police Commissioner Richard Worley took part in the walk, and he acknowledged that although homicides are down, the city has a lot more work to do.
It's really not anything to celebrate. It's a nice accomplishment, but it's still, today it's 258 homicide victims, which is way too many for our city. We still had too many robberies, too many people getting shot. The biggest key I want to accomplish is get a lot of these guns off the street. The proliferation of guns in our city is crazy.
The 258 homicides this year, 206 of them were by gun violence.
9:06 coming from the Live Center this morning. Leaders in the U.S. and Mexico work to address the surge in migration as a large migrant caravan is making its way to our southern border. Taking a live look from one of the border crossing points, the legal crossing points in El Paso, Texas. At last check, the group was in southern Mexico, still walking northbound. The confirmed number out this morning shows this could be the busiest month ever for illegal crossings on the southern border. Border Patrol has encountered more than 250,000 migrants so far, with 3 days still left to go in the month. All of that led U.S. officials to Mexico Wednesday for talks with Mexico leaders, including the president, on how to get a handle on the influx of migrants. Those talks included U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The delegation pushing for Mexico to do more to limit the surge of migrants moving through Mexico to get to the U.S., including some incentives such as visas for migrants to remain in Mexico and avoid migrating irregularly, even though right now we know that there are 11,000 30,000 migrants waiting at the southern border there near El Paso. In the first 11 months of 2023 alone, Mexico says it detected at least 680,000 migrants moving through their country. That number estimated to be extremely low by a lot of U.S. officials. Mexico's president says they are willing to do more to help the U.S. stop them in exchange for Washington's help, though, with Mexico's laundry list of priorities. And that includes getting the U.S. to send more aid to the migrants' home countries, Washington's help with reopening talks with Mexico and Cuba, and to reduce or eliminate sanctions against Cuba and Venezuela. Now, Mexico's top priority appears to be getting Washington to reopen all of these type of Washington border crossers, the legal ones here, because there's areas that are other camera shots we've been showing you throughout the morning. There are busy ones crossing the bridges in El Paso. They were shut down so that they could use the staff that normally handles this to handle all the illegal crossers that were coming across the U.S. That's the latest from our live center.
All right, Tom, thank you. New this morning, we are getting word hundreds of people have been found dead due to floods in Ukraine after the collapse of a dam back in June. That is according to the investigation from the Associated Press. The AP report says it found that Russian authorities in the occupied regions of Ukraine deliberately undercounted the death toll of the flooding. Russia said 59 people drowned in the territory it controls. Both Russia and Ukraine blamed each other for the collapse at the time.
Developing this morning, the Pentagon announcing details of what is likely the final package of military aid for Ukraine until or unless Congress approves more funding.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill with the details on this. Atra, good morning.
Yeah, Megan and Tom, the Department of Defense says this $250 million security assistance package includes artillery, anti-tank weapons, and air defense capabilities. It's the 54th drawdown of military equipment for Ukraine since August 2021. That means the Pentagon pulls military equipment from its own inventory, sends it to Ukraine, and then uses congressionally approved funds to replenish American stockpiles with new equipment. Now, as you mentioned, the Biden administration says this is expected to be the final drawdown it can make without action from Congress. Now, enough lawmakers support this, but for something to pass. But as we've been reporting, Republicans insist on additional Ukraine aid being conditioned on an overhaul of border and immigration policies. Now, in this Pentagon announcement, it says that Ukraine could be in jeopardy without U.S. help as the war approaches its 2-year mark.
Returning to the federal election interference case against former President Trump, we know Special Counsel Jack Smith now asking the court to block Trump from making political arguments. What do you know about this?
Right. So Smith is asking the court to prohibit Trump from using the trial to propagate disinformation. So this would only apply to what Trump and his team would say in the courtroom. He doesn't want Trump to claim that he's a political target of the Justice Department, which Smith says is irrelevant to the jury and would be prejudicial, and claim that others, like law enforcement, are responsible for January 6th. Of course, these are all things that Trump has said on social media, has said on the campaign trail. And Trump's responding to Smith's filing last night, saying it's another attempt to infringe on his First Amendment rights. Now, right now, the case is on hold while an appellate court, an appeals court, decides whether Trump is immune from prosecution because he was president at the time of the alleged misconduct took place. Remember, the Supreme Court denied fast-tracking that decision and sent it to a lower court.
Atra Al-Nashar in Capitol Hill, thank you. A carjacking Christmas Eve, just the latest in a string of vehicle crimes throughout the city. Topping our next half hour, how police were able to track down the suspect from the air.
And gas prices are expected to drop for the second year in a row. How much you can expect to pay at the pump. It's 9/11 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
In your consumer news, gasoline prices will be dropping in 2024 for the second year in a row, according to projections from Gas Buddy. The industry tracker predicts Americans will be spending $32 billion less at the pump next year. It projects an average per gallon price of $3.38 in the upcoming election year, still well above we were 4 years ago. That would be 13 cents, though, than this time last year. Now, looking for the perfect trip in 2024, travel experts are giving tips on how you can make it happen. Europe is a hot destination for many Americans, but travel experts from the Wall Street Journal report, and they say that you might want to rethink vacation dates. Prices to visit cities like Paris are expected to rise when 2024 Summer Olympics begin. Experts also recommend renewing your passports now. And when it comes to finding the cheapest price, setting price alerts on Expedia and Google can help you out. If you plan to visit a national park during the summer, you'll need to make a reservation soon. And finally, when you have the essentials booked, don't forget to plan local experiences.
With less than 4 days left now in 2023, there are some important financial moves to consider before that ball drops. And this morning, we have the one and only Fred Kreutzer joining us. He is president of Kreutzer Financial Services. He has some end-of-year money goals. And Fred, first of all, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Money is the last thing people want to talk about after Christmas right now. Maybe overspent, but maybe that's the perfect reason why we should start thinking.
It is. It's time to start putting things together. How did the year go last year?
Yeah.
Are we on pace to what we were hoping to do? Did we put away as enough? Or did we get ourselves a little bit more in debt than we really wanted to? So now's the time to start taking that little snapshot and say, where are we and where we want to be going into the following year?
You mentioned there are things we need to do in these next 3.5 days. What should we be evaluating?
Budget. You know, take the time. I mean, we preach this all the time, but you've got to have a budget. You know, you're running a household like everyone else does running a business. You got to know what's coming in, what's going out, and you got to make a game plan to that. There are things that we didn't do last year that we'd like to do this year. Would we like to put some money away into a college plan for a child? Maybe this year you got a college coming up. There's a lot of things that are always changing year by year.
I like what you had there. Can you cut back on any expenses? That's something we always look at in our family of, do we need this? Do we need that? Are there things that you're seeing that people are cutting back on?
They are. Streaming services. You know, what are we using? What are we not using? I mean, it changes from time to time. Sometimes we look at those subscription things that we had that's automatic.
Right.
That's coming out of our credit card every month. And we're like, gosh, I don't even use that little app anymore. Things we can cut that maybe we can find a way to fine tune things a little bit.
It takes time to sit down and do it.
It does. You've got to really focus on taking that time, especially if we're a couple and you got kids and you're trying to focus on, hey, what's the sport expenses for the year? I mean, I raised 3 kids. Man, sports expenses were very high.
And they creep up.
And they do. And there are things a lot of times we don't put in a budget. We'll try to put all those little things that you can think of.
I think the main thing people think of is that when they go into a new year is hoping to save more money. Is there one thing we can do that could aid in that? Obviously budgeting, but beyond that, is there a way we can put our money and let it make money for us? Anything we can do?
Well, today you're looking at fixed interest rates that are all-time high. We're at 22-year high. So even if you got money sitting in the bank doing nothing, put it in a money market, earn 4% today. We haven't seen these rates in 22 years. Now, on the downside of that is, if I have credit card debt, they're at 25%. You've got to focus on attacking this credit card debt. That's a battle you will not win by investing in other things. You got to attack that.
25%.
25% is the average today.
Any financial resolutions that maybe could help us?
Well, big things happened this year. So they had what they call the SAFE Act 2020 passed, and it's actually taking place this year. So required minimum distributions got pushed back to age 73.
Okay.
So if you're a senior and you didn't need the money, your money can grow a little bit longer to 73.
Good to
also,
know.
if you're in a jam, in an emergency, now you can pull out $1,000 out of an IRA 401k before the age of 59 and a half without a penalty.
Oh, interesting. That's important to know, too. You are a wealth of knowledge every time. It's always good to see you, Fred.
One good thing, if I could share this with you, too, is if you're trying to focus on college debt today, and you're like, well, I want to do my employer match. The employer match still has to go if you're taking that money and you're putting towards your college loans.
Okay.
So that's a new law that happened this year. So if you're like, hey, I can't put into my 401k because I need to focus on my college debt, they're going to allow you to use that as a match.
Oh, that's going to be helpful, too. Thank you
You're very
much.
welcome.
Hopefully that helps some of you out there as well. It's 9:19 here. We're talking about resolutions. Justin, how's the New Year's Eve forecast looking
All
for us?
I know is I heard that we have a little birthday person over there next to you on Christmas Eve.
Yes. Fred, happy belated birthday.
The big 5-0.
6-0.
Plus 10.
Oh, 40? You're
Yes,
40?
6-0.
Oh, yay, Fred. Happy birthday.
Good job, buddy.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you. 40, 50, and 60 all in the same room. I love it. All right, good morning to all of you. Looking outside, our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Maybe just a little bit brighter. Trying to see some of the brighter conditions there. I'm definitely doing what I can with my energy and my attitude, but I don't know if that's helping much. 53 your temperature at BWI. Overall, our temperatures have hung out in the 50s for most of the morning, and the rain is all done. So we're really not tracking any more rain. All of that rain is well to the north of us as that area of low pressure slides up to the north and the east. Next weather maker, this area of low pressure over the Great Lakes and that associated cold front, that's going to be moving through as we head into the next few days, and that's going to bring snow to the mountain locations, but not for us here at home. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's excited for your Thursday or Friday Eve. The 50s will stay through most of the day today, into the mid-50s by midday and into the mid to upper 50s for some of us later this afternoon. Overall, across Carroll and Baltimore counties, most of us hanging in the mid to upper 50s for your highs, well above average. 45 is typically where we are for late December. Keeping those 50s going for you in Harford and Cecil counties as well. And even out toward the eastern shore, my friends there in Rock Hall and Centerville, all the way down through Easton and Denton, right about 57, 55 in Chester for your high later today. Now, temperature trend, numbers are going down a little bit, but we still hang out in the 50s through the rest of the weekend and even into early next week. And here's a look at our future scan. Should see some pockets of sunshine later today. We do expect some drier conditions on Friday, and then as those showers develop in the mountains Friday night, could see a couple of stray showers for us in terms of rain. But overall, most of the conditions are dry. Notice that blue right there in the mountains for Saturday and Sunday as we're getting some more of those upslope snow showers. So winter will be for some in Maryland. This is Alistair from Rose and Nikki S. in Falston. Look at Alistair, all ready for Christmas and the holidays. So good looking kitty right there. Thank you, Rose and Nikki, for sending that picture in. We're just 4 days out until New Year's Day. 18 days from MLK Day, Groundhog Day, that shifty little critter right there. He eyeballs me every day. I got 36 more days to have him hanging out here. And then 80 days until Leapin' Lou right there on St. Patrick's Day. I can't wait until we hang out at Looney's next year with Mom. Hopefully we can have some more fun like we did last year. It was quite the time. All right, so lower 50s into the weekend, 50 on Monday. That's going to be New Year's Day, should be dry. Notice great weather for the Ravens game, and also all of your New Year's Eve festivities come Sunday night into early Monday morning.
Well, now it's time to take a live look from our mobile Len Stoller mobile track in the area 695 South heading towards Woodlawn. Not much volume there. No issues to report in that area. There is a crash involving 3 vehicles, and that is happening right now right near 95 northbound and Eastern Boulevard. You can see that right off of Eastern, and you see the flashing lights and all the vehicles lined up there. Not causing too much of a delay, though. Some good news there.
A change is coming to the state's minimum wage. How much more workers will now be making?
And with the pickleball house, Melissa's getting ready for a tournament. She's focused, she's locked in, she's ready to make it happen. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long. Go, Melissa!
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Don't get yourself in a pickle, or maybe do. Whether you love it or hate it, pickleball is all the rage right now.
It is, and the Pickleball House in Baltimore County recently opened, so Mark Clark is out there checking it out. How's it going, Mark?
Yellow one. It's amazing. I saw a couple of our winners, our Guinness winners over there playing, a couple of people who won on our station, and of course we got the money makers over here, Bill and Scott. Guys, so this first week has been amazing, and so you got a lot of activities planning. Tell us about it.
So we have our memberships are individual for $350 a year, and we have couple memberships for $600 a year, and we have our family memberships for $900 a year. We offer monthly memberships as well. Individuals $50, couples are $89, and we have our family members at $135 per month. We have a youth membership at $190. We got all kinds of great activities planned for the future. We have our
tournament coming in February.
Tournament coming up in February.
I know about this stuff.
Okay, we got the leagues coming up come January.
That's right.
Right.
Also, I love the fact that groups rented out. You were telling me that down, you got a church coming, down at the end. You can't see it, but there's an area where you can do food and refreshments and just have a great time for groups or individuals and people who love pickleball.
Yeah, we have a party area where any corporation can have a team building segment, birthday parties for adults and kids, everything you could want. And our sound system.
I'm telling you, it looks amazing. It feels amazing. Thanks, guys. I know this won't be the last time. I can't wait to have I think I might have one of my birthday parties at pickleball, guys. Why not?
Let's go.
That sounds great.
Yeah, come on.
Let's celebrate, Mark.
And that's right. And Megan has a paddle now, so she could come. And Tom, well, I don't know, Tom could come.
I've got a
Tom, you got to squat down low,
this may be awkward because we were like, yeah, let's have a party there. And then he didn't invite us. He did invite you, though. So that's
you can
nice.
borrow one of my paddles,
Thanks.
too. We're not going to let Mark win, though.
If you like some more
evil laugh.
I know. If you'd like some more information about how you can have a party at the Pickle House or just join Mark Clark there, go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Coming up, Nikki Haley confronted by a voter asking about the Civil War, why her answer is drawing some controversy.
And the shocking video of a car theft caught on camera Christmas Eve. Concerns over the growing trend that's leading to the rise in stolen cars.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Thursday, December 28th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and well, we've got our meteorologist hopping into the forecast for us. We were just talking about your tie. You've got kangaroos going today.
That's good stuff. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can hop up enough to break the cloud cover and get some sun. We need Captain Sunshine, you know. Remember when I was Captain Sunshine with my mom and my sister when they used to lay out, you know, clouds, go away, come again another day, and then I'd go Shazam and it would all work, but that's not working right now. Maybe later today we'll try that out back in Middle River. Looking at our downtown Baltimore camera right now, we do have those clouds hanging around. Temps are in the low to mid 50s. Cockeysville down through Baltimore City, we actually made it to 54. That's the high we had yesterday and pretty close to where we're going to be for this afternoon. Lower 50s in Brooklyn Park, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Some of us about 5 to 7 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your day planner, overall those numbers, well, they're rising a little bit. We'll be in the mid to upper 50s as we take you through the day today. Overall mild conditions, little northwest wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour. I'd like to get some more wind to help kind of clear some of these clouds out. That'll happen by the time we get to the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few.
Take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're looking around the Beltway this morning, where in these cameras, no major issues to report. However, we do have multiple issues that we need to tell you about. Disabled in the Fort McHenry Tunnel, northbound 95, and then also another one northbound 95 right at Moravia Road. 3 vehicles were involved there. It's causing a slight delay. And then 83, there's no cameras here, but 83 northbound, this JFX right at Northern Parkway, there's a collision, and that is causing some delays northbound on the JFX.
In the back of the Wendy's. He'll be a Honda parked over there. Just check that tag on that, and I'm going to keep an eye on this kid. He walked over to the liquor store down here off of York Road.
That dispatch audio there revealing coordination between the Baltimore Police Department's aviation unit and the officers on the ground to track down a juvenile for a suspected auto theft on Christmas Eve.
It is just the latest incident in a wave of children and teens accused of stealing cars in Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly joining us with details surrounding that arrest and the alarming trend. Shannon.
Well, this is just the latest juvenile arrest in what's become a pattern across the city of young people stealing cars. In this particular case, Baltimore police here say they were able to recover the stolen vehicle and track down that 16-year-old suspect who they say was charged accordingly.
That's our car. You have any units near Ready Avenue where the Wendy's at off of York Road can check a tag on a Honda. Let me just put the description out. He's a #1 male. He has on gray sweatpants with stripes, gray New Balance tennis shoes, and like a black jacket with a mask.
You're listening to police dispatch just after 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve, unfolding just south of the Baltimore County line along the York Road corridor. BPD's helicopter Foxtrot tracking the situation from the sky, appearing to be able to describe the teen suspect down to the logo on his shoes. And within just 6 minutes, dispatch reveals the car was reported stolen from North Baltimore more than a week ago. Police say they then towed the car after the driver parked it and tracked down that teen driver to Benningoss Road, where they took him into custody. Meanwhile, last month, Mayor Scott says juvenile auto thefts are up some 166% so far this year. And that's definitely something that we are bracing for to see if this pattern continues into the new year. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:34 is the time now. Juvenile crime became a main focus at last week's Fox 45 News Public Safety Town Hall. We heard from the family of Aaliyah Gonzalez, one of the 2 who were killed in the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And they are asking why the 18-year-old suspect in that case, Tristan Jackson, could be sent to a juvenile facility despite his age and the severity of his alleged crimes.
I just don't understand why we're not stressing the importance of the biggest shooting in Baltimore history, and we're not making it an example of the situation.
Jackson was on home monitoring at the time of the shooting. DJS spokesperson says the department cannot comment on Jackson's case because of confidentiality laws, and the department does not turn suspects away from detention.
At a separate public safety town hall 2 days earlier, the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi sat in the hot seat. He got into a heated back and forth with an assistant state's attorney who says DJS isn't being fully transparent about its data, showing how it tracks the children in its custody.
Secretary Schiraldi, I would really love to see your data.
Absolutely.
Because, and this is from 22.
Yeah, and you're going to see the next one in less than a month. I'd like to see some data from you, though. I'm not really hearing too much data from your office.
Schiraldi is also facing pushback on some of his views about the prison system. He says people shouldn't be taken to adult prisons until the age of 25, since scientists say their brains aren't fully developed. Well, Governor Wes Moore has called Schiraldi a reformer. Fox 45 News has heard from others who say it is time for a change.
When it comes to hearing from DJS specifically, what do you want to hear from the secretary about what's going on?
His resignation. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I just don't think he gets it.
The real person I'm concerned about is my cousin Vinny. He's arrogant and he's ignorant. If he had a clue, he would know what the old folks know: a burnt child dreads fire. These kids need consequences.
On a Harvard University panel, Schiraldi said parole and probation should be eliminated, arguing the systems don't deter people from crime and do not rehabilitate offenders. Last week, we asked you if you think Governor Wes Moore needs to replace DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. 96% of those who voted said yes.
9:37 and looking ahead, a change is coming to Maryland's minimum wage law. Starting Monday, the state minimum will jump from $13.25 to $15 per hour. The change is part of the Fair Wage Act. That's a law signed by Governor Moore in April. The policy sped up a plan that was already set to increase the wage $15 an hour in 2025.
Making headlines now during a campaign stop in New Hampshire on Wednesday, Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley was confronted by a voter when asked about the Civil War. During her speech, Haley told the crowd that the war was about government interfering in people's freedoms. She also described the Civil War as two sides fighting for different values, one for tradition and one for change. The voter then criticized her for not mentioning slavery. Listen in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Please, what was the cause of the United States Civil War?
Well, don't come with an easy question or anything. I mean, I think the cause of the Civil War was basically how government was going to run, the freedoms and what people could and couldn't do. What do you want me to say about slavery? Next question.
While Haley was serving as the governor of South Carolina, which was the first state to secede during the Civil War, she had called for the removal of the Confederate battle flag from the State House grounds.
A global superstar can't shake off one title. Why Taylor Swift is this year's top carbon polluter again.
And cloudy, but warmer today with some pockets of sun. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know the best times to get out. That's coming up in his full forecast. It is 9:38 on Fox 45. Good day, Paul.
Taylor Swift has another title. According to the Daily Mail, she's the biggest celebrity CO2 polluter of the year.
This is her second year in a row getting that title. Swift reportedly produced 138 tons of carbon emissions during flights on her 2 private jets this year. She would have to plant nearly 2,300 trees to offset the environmental damage. The pop star's team, though, has responded, saying she purchased more than double the amount of carbon credits necessary to offset for her travel. But Taylor's pollution not stopping Swifties from showing their love for her.
This is a little weird, but one fan combined his love of cooking with his love for the global superstar by creating pasta that resembles her 10 award-nominated albums. 37-year-old Danny Freeman has a lot of free time. He says he's a big fan of Swift, but didn't make it to a stop on the recent Eras tour. So he recreated her album covers here as ravioli, because he says that's the next best thing. Freeman says he spent 8 hours on the project over several weeks. Oh, the pasta Taylorabilities. His latest video has more than 6 million views. Very delicate, too, in the way that he's constructing this.
It's pretty impressive work, but, you know,
nice Taylor cursive with a noodle, though. That was good.
It was good. Coming up, a near record-breaking Powerball jackpot still up for grabs. The next chance you could win big.
And who needs to head to Times Square and all those people and no bathrooms? You could just head right up to Harford County, where they have plenty of food, drink, fun, the tradition that rings in the new year right here in Maryland that you don't want to miss.
Trending now, an estimated $760 million jackpot will be up for grabs in the next Powerball drawing after no winning tickets was drawn Wednesday night. The swelling prize is the 4th Powerball jackpot to exceed $500 million this year. The lottery's next drawing will be Saturday at 10:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. After more than 2 months with no grand prize winner, the jackpot now carries a lump sum option estimated at $382.5 million. Wednesday's drawing didn't leave everyone empty-handed, though. At least one ticket in Texas won $2 million, and at least one other in California won $1 million. The Powerball jackpot last won on October 11th, when a ticket in California won a $1.765 billion grand prize. Latin pop star singer Shakira reaching a new height in her Colombian hometown. Look at that. Officials in the city of Barranquilla unveiling a 20-foot tall bronze statue of the singer there. The monument depicts Shakira doing one of her iconic belly dancing moves. It's located on a recently built waterfront promenade along the Magdalena River. The unveiling ceremony was attended by Shakira's parents and the city's mayor. Back in 2005, the city unveiled another Shakira monument that portrays the pop star in her early days. The iconic New Year's Eve ball in Times Square just got bigger and brighter as it readies for its big night on Sunday. It's always getting bigger. The ball has now more than 2,600 crystal panels and comes with a bow tie to match. See all those little bow ties there? The design comes through a partnership with Las Vegas that remembers a time to when Times Square used to be known as the bow tie. New Year's Eve organizers unveiling the dazzling design Wednesday atop One Times Square, just days before the big celebration.
That's great. And right now, we need to know who needs to travel to Times Square in a colorful ball when you can have a colorful duck. One of Harford County's most popular winter events is happening in Havre de Grace annual Duck Drop. Harford County residents will be ringing in that new year on the water as they're watching the duck drop, followed by a spectacular midnight fireworks display. Joining us this morning to talk about the much anticipated drop, the duck drop, are the event organizers Ed Granger and Tyler Zeisloff. Ed and Tyler, thank you so much, first of all, for making the drive down.
Thank you.
When we're talking about this, it's a quick little trip up Route 1, 40, 95 if you want. Head up there, no problem at all. And then just stop. You don't have to keep going out of Maryland because you're right on the water, and we're talking about a lit up duck. So who cares about a big ball and a bow tie when you got a duck?
Exactly.
And tell us about why you started creating this and why a duck.
Well, it started in 1999, and a local businessman, Richard Tome, who's passed, had this idea for when the millennium came in to do something, different and exciting.
So most people were worried about Y2K, and you're like, you know what? Let's drop a duck.
I mean, we had no idea at midnight everything was going to just go off. So he had this idea to do this, and he came to the fire chief and says, "Can we use your ladder truck to suspend a duck from 100 feet in the air?" Sure, why not? And so we did, and he built all the different the numbers. He had a local carver come in. I think it was either the Jobs or the Vincentis. I can't remember, but they came in.
Carve a lot of ducks there anyway. Havre de Grace, known as the decoy capital
of the world.
Yeah, unbelievable. Okay, so that makes sense for the duck. Yeah,
self-proclaimed. They always say.
Well,
But there's a museum there and everything.
Right.
So anyway, we got through it. And it was great. It was supposed to be a one-night, one-time deal.
24 years later?
24 years later, we're still doing it.
That's amazing,
There's only 2 of us that were originals.
Okay.
And then there was 1 year where we had our fire truck was new, and we couldn't use it.
Okay.
So they ended up hanging it on the former Huber building. The following year, the papers were going crazy saying, we got to do this, we got to. So I called our fire chief, Scott Hurst, and I said, Scotty, we got to do this. So we did. And it was very easy and simple up and down, but we got through it. And ever since then, the fire department basically puts this all together.
That's great. Yeah, helping the fire department, really bringing a lot of people into Havre de Grace. Yeah. Tyler, that's where you come in too. Besides the duck drop, there's a whole lot else that is going on, and it's family friendly.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect for the whole family. You were talking about Times Square, and we all have our fear of what could go wrong. Well, in Havre de Grace, that won't be of any concern because you've got some of the best of the best. They've got 5 fire stations in Havre de Grace, so if anything goes wrong, they've got the fastest response time in the nation of all volunteers. It's also an amazingly historical town. Yeah. It was 1 vote away from becoming our nation's capital. And It lost.
It lost.
I don't know if you knew that.
Barely.
We did, right.
Yeah.
Right. But just if you're a history buff or you love just beautiful scenery around in winter,
right on the water.
Havre de Grace is the place to be. So bring the whole family out. We've got bed and breakfasts in Havre de Grace, and we've got hotels just outside in Aberdeen. So if you want to make a night of it, make a weekend of it, come to Harford County.
If real events start kicking off at 10:30 that night, and then go until 12:30 in the morning.
It starts around 10.
Okay.
We light up the duck at 11. And then we have music playing and dancing. Everybody's dancing. It's just
good.
Great. And our biggest fear is rain. So I'm hoping your man over there is.
Here's our segue. Can you toss to him right now? Right now, it's time for
New Year's Eve. I gotta have it, man.
You don't want any rain, right?
No rain.
All right.
But we still have the duck drop.
How do you want the temps?
It doesn't really matter, actually.
Just as long as there's no rain.
As long as there's no rain, because
I'm gonna hook you up.
If you could show us that dance that you do, that would be great.
What dance is that?
They were in here. They heard
I've got
about
a
your
lot of
dance.
dances. I mean, I've got a whole repertoire. So.
Can't wait.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great, guys. I love Havre de Grace and our friends up there in Harford County. And yeah, overall, it looks like all of us are going to be blessed with some nicer weather for New Year's Eve, whatever you're doing. If you're doing New Year's Eve, maybe you're going to do the boat cruise through the Inner Harbor or at Port Discovery, or up there doing the duck drop, or even down at the Inner Harbor for the light show and the drones and the fireworks taking place. Of course, the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. A lot of things happening. So the good news is all of this stuff should be out of here. And we also really don't want cloud cover when we're trying to do a fireworks show. You can see those clouds are going to be hanging with us most of the day today. This is our hourly future scan. Overall, next couple of hours kind of staying cloudy. Maybe some pockets of clearing in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour just as the sun sets later this afternoon. But overall, our temperatures are kind of mild. It's not really cold, just kind of damp out there. We will get drier air that will move in. 54 next hour, Owens Mills, and numbers here in the mid to upper 50s as we take you into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And overall, looking at 54 by about 5 o'clock. 45 is typically where we are. So we are going to stay above average. Even on New Year's Eve, those temperatures stay above average. So mid to upper 50s across central Maryland, up and down the 95 corridor, mid to upper 50s here as well. All right, you want to see the 7-day forecast? Here we go. Here's what it looks like. There we go. 58 today, lower 50s tomorrow, 50 on Saturday. Sunday, actually 52 for the high. Overnight lows will drop to the 30s, but it'll be in the 40s for New Year's Eve, and we stay dry. See, he's doing a dance right now, the guy over there from Harford County. And then it will be a little bit colder next week. Stay tuned, though. We'll take you all the way into 2024 with our 10-day forecast, at least a few more days into it, coming up after the break.